Looks like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Greg Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Greg. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757 354 5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
The Round Robin NFL Week 3 is live. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Broadcasting live from our lovely Chicks Beach studios in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Boy, am I getting ahead of myself. I have up here on the screen NFL Week 4. We are indeed in NFL Week 3. NFL Week 3. So let's not get confused on the looking into the future too much as we are with you all morning long. Look forward to it. If you're new to the show, welcome. I'll give you a brief description of how we do things here in a second. But we are happy to report a big, nice check mark excuse me, in the win column during week 2. So, by my personal record, we are 1 win and 1 push through 2 weeks. No loss. So, a profitable NFL season. And quite frankly, the profits of last weekend could carry us through a good portion of the season if we were to kind of just invest what we've been putting in the pot. We could get to Thanksgiving, not win again, and probably be about even. So a lot of success on the show. If you go by the cast of the show, including the Ant-Man and Nephew Dave, and both of those guys, again, the Ant-Man on the Thursday night special with the Ant-Man, he's now 3-0 on Thursdays. Nephew Dave gets home on that late Josh Allen run on Thursday night. Josh Allen gets to his 25 yards. So that checks the box for Nephew Dave. So he gets off the snide. And if you count the cast and crew here, then we're 2-0. We're 2-0. And again, we are in week 3, not week 4, as it says up here in the title. Excuse my brain fog on that just a little bit as we had my niece's wedding. Congratulations, Jamie and Jordan, last night on the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia oceanfront. So we're with you bright and early. We're able to rally hard after the wedding. And here we are live just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so if you're new to the show, this is the dealio with us. And I see that we got a bunch of viewers already. So thank you for tuning in. This is a show about patience. We can't run through things. If we're going to have some winning weeks, we need to go through every angle and we'll find stuff until the last minute today that we haven't even been thinking of. So, one, you have to have a lot of patience to listen to the show. If you're going to Home Depot or sitting around drinking your coffee or traveling the interstates, just put us on the TV, put us on the phone, turn the volume up, and continue to do whatever you're doing. That's kind of the rule number 1. Have your pen and paper ready. You never know when a bet's going to pop out, and be ready to jot some things down so you can review it in the 12 o'clock hour before kickoff. And if you're wondering what gives us the right to, be a part of this podcast and distribute this information, I will say that 65 combined years on both sides of the sports book management and the sports book as a player gives us every bit of being a professional at this. So 65 years combined experience. I don't know. Do you want to listen to the guy who's been on the bookie side of things? I think that's a good advantage at the end of the day. You're going to learn a lot in that regard. And contrary to popular opinion, where people say parlays are stupid, you're an idiot. I mean, keep in mind, these are the same people telling you to bet teasers. Okay. This show is a lot about parlays. Okay. We don't win $5,000 by betting $5,000 and wanting to jump off a bridge if it loses. We win $5,000 by putting in $20. Okay. And if we lose, we lose. But when we win, you have that $5,000. And what does 20 go into 5,000? Can we get some quick math here? Well, it goes into 105 times, right? And then you have 50 more of those. So you have 250 chances after you hit a $5,000 bet. You have 250 more $20 bets before you're in the hole, or even we're actually not even in the hole. So we will win within those 250 opportunities. I mean, we're already 2-0 if you count the whole crew this season. 1-0-1 for me. And again, a big winning week last week. The Lions blew out the Bears, which we loved. We had the Rams on the alt line. That worked out for us well. And then we get home with the points on the road for the Buffalo Bills at the Jets. So all three of those games, the Rams made us sweat it. We had to have a big second half there. But once they got the lead and they got a 17-point lead, we came right back on the other side. We guaranteed the win by taking Tennessee plus 16.5. And sure enough, Tennessee goes down and kicks a field goal, and we scooped the pot AC Ducey style and hit the middle. So that's the beautiful thing about wagering. If you're smart and play it right, you don't have to take that cash out button. Just if you have that one game left, find the other side, see if you can create a middle. And we're fortunate because they were giving us nearly 2-1 odds on the hedge when we took Tennessee plus the 16.5. We went ahead and put down. I'll tell you, I mean, the winning wager was a $6,000 bet. So we came back and just put 500 on Tennessee at 2-1 odds, and that was going to pay 1,000 if it landed anywhere between 13 and 17. And sure enough, we got the win by 14 points. So we covered both spreads. And that was a nice, fun afternoon once we watched that come home. And we're rolling. We'll probably need to do the Thursday night show the way that the Ant-Man is doing things on a regular basis here. All right, True Allah, I see you. I see you out there. Anytime touchdown scorer for you today. CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, Nico Collins, Keenan Allen, Malik Neighbors, and Travis Kelce. So you're looking for the double whammy in the night game. Allah, we wish you the best, and thank you for tuning in. Yeah, any questions or comments or picks, send them along on any of our social media platforms. And you can text the hotline as well. That is up on the screen, but the text line, if you're driving, area code 757-354-5517. So that's 757-354-5517. All right, so we're here all morning to invest the minimum, to make the maximum, and we'll look to continue our winning ways throughout the morning. We'll do our Sunday morning conversation here in just a few minutes with Dave Del Grande. He is out there in Castro Valley, California. He is our quote-unquote NFC West, AFC West expert, but he knows all sports. We'll go through most of the games, really, with him. We'll start with those two Western divisions, and we'll pick his brain about all the games here in week 3. Dave is with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors on a regular basis. He is a contributor to Deadspin, so he writes for them. You can get his articles online at deadspin.com. And then he is also Mr. Fantasy.com himself and a senior analyst with Stat Factor. So we will get into everything wagering for week 3 and fantasy with Del Grande coming up here in just a few minutes. Before we do that, our first order of business in the morning is to look at these lines. Let's see where they're at overnight. Another reason we do this show so early is, there are some people up here waking up, and the first thing you want to know what the lines are for the games coming up today. So here we are. We got the lines fresh off the presses and the weather to go along with it. Generally, a beautiful day again, and we said this last week. Could all this nice weather just lead the points? And sure enough, we had a huge high-scoring week 2. So if you had a bunch of the over alternates, you did very, very well. we have a lot of beautiful weather again today. In fact, the two games that were somewhat of a threat to have rain have kind of chilled out a little bit. That would be at Lumen Field later with Seattle and New Orleans, and Dallas and Chicago as well. Now we're looking at less a percentage of precipitation and currently nice conditions, partly cloudy skies at both of those venues. Besides that, humidity is down across the board, and temperatures may be a little bit warmer than last week, but generally ideal conditions if you're out there partying, tailgating, going to a game today, and for the players as well. Less fatigue for the players, not dealing with humidity or, windy conditions, things of that nature. Let's see. Do we have some wind brewing around out there? Everything looks like it's basically less than 10 miles per hour, more along the lines of 5 or 6 or 7. So that's nothing. The windy game today in Cleveland, it looks like 10 mile per hour winds, if you want to call that windy, at Huntington Bank Field. I think that's a new one. I don't think I recall calling Cleveland Huntington Bank Field before, but I could be wrong. And Everbank Stadium, which isn't but so old itself, down there in Jacksonville, looking at 14 mile per hour winds there. So generally just a nice day. Let's just get that aside now. So no weather issues, and we look at the game at Northwest Stadium with, keeping track of these stadium names is almost a insane proposition, trying to remember where these teams are playing. It's no longer FedEx Field or RFK. Do you remember when FedEx Field, that was a big deal because it was a corporate sponsor being named after a stadium? That opened the door for everybody to sell their stadium names. So quite the outlier would be the stadium that doesn't have a corporate sponsor at this point. Okay, Washington -3, 43.5 is the fresh line there. Let me get a quick sip. Sorry, the fall allergies. A little bit of wedding partying, and you know how it goes. Falcons -5.5, 43.5 on the road at Carolina. Bank of America Stadium, the venue for that. Indianapolis is -5, 43.5. I see 4.5 as well. So that number's popping around a little bit with the Colts on the road against the Titans today. We talked about the game at Cleveland with Green Bay. The Packers now 7.5 and 41.5. And I saw an interesting stat this morning right before the show. Teams that are 0-2 in week 3 are about 65% winners against the spread since 2012. So the last dozen years or so, if you're 0-2, you're generally covering the spread here in week 3. So kind of maybe take that for what that's worth. The Steelers are road favorites in New England, -1.5 and 44.5 is the line there. Let's see. That game at Foxborough at Gillette Stadium, one of the elder statesman stadiums at this point, Gillette. Let's see. We talked about the Tennessee game. We have U.S. Bank Stadium with the Vikings and the Bengals here. And I've heard someone say that the wrong team is favored, a little birdie, in this one. So we'll talk more about this. Two backup quarterbacks, Wentz and Jake Browning. Carson Wentz, that is, and Jake Browning. The Vikings laying a field goal, 42.5 indoors there. Jacksonville and Houston at Everbank today, -1.5, 43.5. The total there. The Jaguars, the favorite. Houston trying to get off the mat after starting 0-2. Jacksonville almost pulled it out in Cincinnati, but not quite last week. The Saints, they are 0-2 in Seattle later today in the late window. Seahawks -7.5, 41.5. Popular survivor play today for sure. If you're like me, and you have the Buffalo Bills in pocket, then you'll be paying attention to this Saints game, hoping for New Orleans to try to get something done on the road at Seattle later on this afternoon. Denver is at Los Angeles. No weather concerns, obviously, in that mainly indoor stadium. SoFi, -3 and 45.5 is the total there. San Francisco and Arizona. Let's see here. I see -2.5. I see -2 for the home team 49ers. This game at Levi Stadium. Nice weather conditions there, 77 degrees, low humidity. So a beautiful day for the 49er fans as they host the Cardinals. 2-0 teams going head-to-head there. Let's see. We missed Tampa and the 1 o'clock window. They're hosting the Jets, -6.5 for Baker Mayfield and company. A banged-up offensive line. We'll see if the Buccaneers can patchwork that together against the Jets team who is 0-2. And they fit that description of one of those teams I just talked about, 0-2, a team covering the spread here in week 3, catching a good amount of points. Let's see. We have a few of those for sure. So we'll get through all those angles as we go along. I don't know if I necessarily agree with taking these dogs. Some of these things are just going to still have to soak in. Some of these things I want nothing to do with, and I definitely have a list of good items rolling for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. I've been doing my homework all week for sure, as I do every week. Let's see. What else do we got? Bears and the Cowboys. Dallas now -1 and 50. That's the shootout potential of the day. 76 degrees there. No weather issues. 40% chance of rain. So we shall see. That's the one thing that could, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, damper things at Soldier Field later today. There we go. There's a stadium without a corporate name. Soldier Field is the probably the one NFL stadium that is not sold out to corporate sponsorship. I guess Raymond James maybe as well, right? Is that a former owner, Raymond James? Maybe that is a bank down there or something. I need to maybe investigate that. Lumen Field, let's see, Seattle. We talked about them and the Saints. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Cincinnati. Philadelphia and the Rams. Yeah, back to the 1 o'clock window. No, perfect day for you guys. 73 degrees, low humidity, perfect tailgate weather with the Rams in town. What should really be a good early start game. I mean, that's probably the matchup of the 1 o'clock window. So we'll see if the 2-0 Eagles can take out the 2-0 Rams. Another 2-0 head-to-head matchup there. Carolina and Atlanta, right? -5.5 for Atlanta. 44 is the line right now at Bank of America Stadium. Yeah, we did talk about that. All these stadium names have got me off. I'm just trying to just remember who's the older ones. I guess really just the new ones are the one that really threw me off is the Huntington Bank Field with Cleveland. Huntington Bank Field, really? MetLife Stadium, the host of the Chiefs tonight in primetime with the Giants. -6 and 45. So I've seen 5.5. I've seen 6. And I see a 44.5 as well. So that number is jolting around. And a great Monday night game, too. No weather issues as you'll tailgate all day for Baltimore and Detroit. -5.5. Not sure why the Ravens are such a big favorite there. Detroit catching 5.5 looks awfully attractive to me. And maybe that's a sucker bet or something. But Detroit catching 5.5 is very, very enticing. Again, 52.5. So that would be your highest scoring total listed on the board. Okay. So we're off and running here on the round robin for NFL Week 3. I'll get the Ants Man. I'll get Nephew Dave in here right around the 10 o'clock hour. We'll go through for the next 2 hours after that and dissect every angle possible through every game. and we'll come up with all our picks then. In the meantime, we'll do our Sunday morning conversation with our guy, Dave Delgrandi, as mentioned before. He is with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He is Mr. Fantasy himself, covers the Golden State Warriors, although he is an expert NFL gambler himself. Not that he gambles, he doesn't. But he does love the picks and fantasy. So without further ado, let's do our 2-hour and 30-minute conversation here on NFL Week 3 with Mr. Dave Delgrandi. All right, Dave, outlook of the season before we got started. I think for the first 2 weeks, I have a decent feel on these teams. Wild card being now we have upwards of 5 quarterbacks that are not the starters as injuries are trickling in. We have teams like the Vikings who are missing as many as 20 people for injuries. The Cardinals in the game by you in San Francisco, it looks like they're dealing with a bunch of defensive injuries. So we know that they're coming, these injuries. And just when you think you might figure these teams out, things could change drastically because of that. And then I guess maybe my other takeaway would be even last week, we thought we might see some lower scoring games at times in some of the games. It's just so nice out. I mean, no humidity, 70 degrees, 68 degrees, almost perfect football weather. In a lot of those cases, I mean, it's just easy to stumble past your over-under number. You're not dealing with any elements whatsoever. So we got a lot of points last week. Definitely a lot more entertaining in week 2 than the games in week 1. So your take on the first couple of weeks?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the big thing now is the quarterback injury. I mean, I can't remember any time in recent history where all of a sudden they're just falling like flies, and you wonder why. There are a couple different ways of looking at it. Some would say, well, this is what happens when you don't play in the preseason. You're not ready to go in the regular season.
Right.
You're more susceptible to injury. But, they haven't played the preseason the last several years, and this hasn't been an issue. What I think is perhaps more of a problem, and these injuries aren't necessarily related to this, but we've talked about this a lot, is that quarterbacks are running more now than they've ever run. And it's a good thing short term because it's moving the chains for these teams, and it's helping keep drive alive, and it's causing defenses to have to worry about the quarterback actually running the ball as an option, so there's one less defender guarding against the pass. I mean, it's good for offensive football all the way around, but is it really worth the price? I mean, if this is what it's going to mean, that, yeah, quarterbacks are running more, but we're going to see 1 or 2 of them lost every week because these guys are getting injured all the time, well, that's not a good thing. And so I'm wondering whether, we'll see a more conservative approach with some of these quarterbacks moving forward. But yet, then we watch game like Thursday night, and oh my goodness, Josh Allen, he thinks he's a fullback. Their coach has to be, especially the way quarterbacks are falling like flies. And, this is a quarterback. He doesn't run out of bounds. He puts his shoulder down. He's an accident waiting to happen. And there are other guys like him in the league too that have taken that approach. At least when Hurts, who runs more than probably any other quarterback, maybe other than Jackson. But Hurts is smart when he runs. He slides. He gets out of bounds. He doesn't take these big hits that Allen is taking. There's no way Allen can survive a season, continuing to play like that. But it's what helps make Buffalo successful. So I guess they're going to allow him to do it. I just think it's kind of crazy the way the league has started. And look where we are. I mean, who can predict? You mentioned that last week ends up being one of the highest scoring weeks in NFL history. And you look at this week's schedule with the quarterbacks that are playing, and it's like, this is going to be the lowest scoring week in NFL history. I mean, how could it not with the guys who are playing and the matchups this week? I think it's a terrible schedule.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And so, even some of the matchups that you think would be entertaining, and I'm not saying bad football.
Just good tight games. Yeah.
We'll talk about this later on. But even like one of the marquee games this week, you would say, is the Rams and the Eagles. Well, and they've got their quarterbacks healthy, but I don't see that being a high-scoring game. I see that being two good defensive teams, and which should be a really good game. I'm not saying 13-10. But 24-17, 23-16. I mean, 40 points scored. Certainly not what we saw in a lot of these matchups last week. And that's one of your marquee games. I mean, you've got 8 other games on your schedule this week. We're like, oh my God, who in the right mind would watch this game? Thank goodness for fantasy football.
Interesting you say that too, because my first initial instinct was that this kind of did look like an under type of week. And I went ahead and I did kind of a first impression parlay where I picked 5 games, all unders. So we're thinking in terms of that. And then I just think, Dave, the one way we get over is just because it's just so nice outside. I mean, these guys aren't, getting crushed by humidity. There's no winds going on. No rain. It's just almost like the perfect conditions for scoring, really. So I think that helps a bit. And this show's been on top of it more than any other show as far as the renaissance of the quarterbacks rushing and the rushing yards. So you really do think we might see a little bit of a halt to that? Or do you think maybe some of these younger guys like Cam Ward still, all right, let's go, trying to move the ball?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, like I said, if this were the case, then we certainly didn't see it on Thursday night. I mean, Thursday night you had this great, the league's best quarterback, most valuable quarterback, and he's out there running the ball crazily and taking hits and. I mean, there certainly wasn't any indication that he was told, whoa, cut back on the running, we need you long term. And even on the other side, where you have the most brittle, I guess you would say, the guy who is most likely to get injured by taking one, not even big hit, and perhaps even a career-ending injury. Just by, getting knocked down hard one more time. And even he's out there, running the ball a couple of times where I thought, their coach, the whole world, it cringes when Tua takes off running because you might be seeing his last play he ever plays. So, yeah, I mean, while it might seem logical that, somebody out there should be saying, let's cut back a little bit on the running. Look what's happening around the league. I'm not sure anybody's actually saying that, so we'll see. And then now, when you've got the second-string quarterbacks in there, well, they're less valuable. I mean, you certainly wouldn't tell Marcus Mariota to run less. If he runs less, then what's left? He ain't going to throw the ball that effectively. Carson Wentz and Browning and Jones. And, I mean, all these guys that are in there, they're going to get their opportunity. They'll take risks that maybe you don't want your starters to take. But, these guys, have to take risks like that because, if they play conservatively, they're already up against it. So it's I don't know. This, to me, is a very crazy week. And, again, just looking at the schedule, man, I'm puzzled by a lot of what we're going to be talking about.
All right.
I'll admit that going in.
Okay. All right. So we'll see what kind of diamonds we can find in the rough. I actually like Mariota to score this week. I don't think he's going to be afraid to scramble. And I think just for the reasons that you said, one, these guys almost have to. They're still playing for jobs at the end of the day, whether it be on another team next year or in 2 years or whatever. And it seems like Mariota is the type of guy who could really linger around in the NFL for quite some time, almost like a Joe Flacco does. So, yeah, if I can run it and I see some field, yeah. So I could see him definitely scoring this week. And Browning, you mentioned him as well. He actually has rushing touchdowns in half of his games started. So it'll be interesting to see if he does that. If the Vikings are missing basically their entire defense, who knows how much Cincinnati's going to run all over those guys. Browning's quite capable as a thrower, first off, but if he runs out of the pocket as the scrambler that he is and sees 30 yards of open turf, he's not going to take off. Of course he is. So those are two players that I already actually have on tickets for that. And I've been looking at kind of non-traditional angles myself, just because points, like you said, could be at a premium. Okay, let's go ahead and let's kick things off. Now you made me laugh last week because since day one, and you're from out there on the West Coast, obviously, in the San Francisco Bay Area, so I kind of use that excuse to make you the quote-unquote West Coast expert, right? Not that you're not the expert at everything, to be honest. Your knowledge is great in every regard of every sport. But you living out there in the Bay Area kind of helps build that motif of what I was trying to say there. And you mentioned last week that our teams in our West, as far as the NFC and AFC are both concerned, could be a bit boring, and especially if the Chargers are the best of the bunch. So we'll start off with that cast of characters, the West teams, and I guess if they're going to be boring through this first part of the segment here, then bear with us. We'll try to find the better plays on the board. And you already admitted you're a little weary, so let's see what we can dig up. Do you want to say anything about the boringness of the West before we get into it?
No, but I will say that, we were reviewing last week, and I was not right about these games necessarily because they all turned out to be somewhat interesting in their own way. But when you looked at the Rams last week at Tennessee and San Francisco last week at New Orleans, and then the third game was Carolina at Arizona. And when I looked at those three games, I thought the Western teams would win all those games against weak opponents. I thought they could play conservatively and win those games, and they would be low scoring. Certainly the Arizona game surprised me at how many points were scored in that game. But in the end, the Western teams took advantage of the schedule and won those games. And that's kind of my point about the Western teams this year, is that the NFC West is matched up with the South and the South. And you've got 8 games in there where even a team like the 49ers, who are not that good, look at those 8 games. Houston is a good team. That'll be a tough game for the 49ers. And yes, Tampa Bay is a quality team. That'll be a tough game for the 49ers. But if you look at those other 6 games, where you're playing Jacksonville, Carolina, Tennessee, Indy, Atlanta, New Orleans. those 6 games are games like, wow, we should win these games. I don't care where these games are. We should win these games. And so you end up, and every Western team is playing these same teams. I mean, every team in the NFC West, I think, is better than all 6 of those teams that I mentioned. And so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I don't think, those are going to be really, I mean, they don't have to. I mean, the 49ers game last week against the Saints was kind of what I expect the 49ers schedule to be like. I mean, the Saints gave that game away. They're dropping passes. They're generally sloppy. It's like, this is bad football. And yet, this is what the 49ers schedule is going to be like, and the Rams schedule, and the Cardinals schedule, and the Seahawks schedule. They're going to keep playing these teams time and time again. And I, there's just, yeah, you could end when Carolina plays Arizona. Man, I'd watch college football ahead of that, and yet that ended up being more entertaining than certainly than I would have expected. So, I guess the moral to this story is, even though these Western teams are playing a lot of bad teams, well, the Western teams aren't that good either. And so maybe that means that, there'll be good games, good competitive games. That's what you're looking for. If you enjoyed watching the 49ers and Saints last week because it came down to the end, and the nice touchdown pass, and then the 49ers get a stop, and very, very exciting game for a 49ers fan. But anywhere else in the country, oh man, if you're stuck watching that game, but that's, and I just think that on this week's schedule, there's a lot of games like that. I'm curious to see what, I'm hoping that you are the one, you're bold, you see things. I'm curious to hear what you see in these games, because like I said, I don't see that much.
I think you're going to hear me say a couple of crazy things for sure. You're going to be like, what is this guy talking about?
Well, the big thing, and you mentioned this already, is Mariota, and I agree with you on Mariota. We'll talk about this later on, but Mariota will run the ball this week.
Yeah.
Browning will run the ball this week. The question is, will they pass the ball this week? And when you think of Cincinnati's game against Minnesota, which has a chance to win, you looked at the schedule 2 weeks ago, like, oh my goodness, this is going to be a great game. And now all of a sudden, you got 2 backup quarterbacks, and it's lost all of its glamour.
All right. So here's the counter argument to that, real quick, unless you want to go a little deeper. But let me just stop you in your tracks. But a guy like Carson Wentz, it's sixth team in 6 years, right? So isn't he going to be like, look, I'm on here for a year. I got Justin Jefferson out there. Let me just start slinging this ball to him as much as I possibly can. That's the way that I see that.
Well, yes, but at the same time, I look at it from the other way, but I think this would be a common practice this week. You don't think Minnesota is going to rush 6 guys every time at Browning, at this inexperienced quarterback, force him into mistakes, force him into running the ball. He'd love to throw the ball to Chase every down. In fact, he threw it to Chase a lot last week. But you think Minnesota's going to let that happen? No. Minnesota and Cincinnati are going to have to run the ball this week to be successful. And you know what? They're not good at that. In fact, Minnesota lost their starting running back already. So can they run the ball against Cincinnati's bad defense? We'll see. Can Cincinnati run the ball against Minnesota's defense, which is missing some players? Well, we'll see. But I find it hard to believe that either of these teams is going to pass the ball effectively, even though they've got the 2 best receivers in the game, just because these defensive coordinators are smart enough that, look, we're going to put pressure on this quarterback, and he's going to look really bad in these situations. That's the way I see the kind of general game plan, and the same way with the Commanders against the Raiders. It's like Commanders take a huge step backward going from Daniels to Mariota. They will not effectively pass the ball against the Raiders. Again, the Raiders will put pressure on them. Mariota will escape. He'll run the ball a lot. Yes, I think that might be, like you said, that might be a really good play this week. But Redskins, the Commanders, would be smart. Any team would be smart in this situation to, all right, we got a backup quarterback in there. We got to run the ball in order to take the pressure off him. Well, do the Commanders even have a running back? They lost Eckler. They traded away Robinson. They're going with this Merritt guy who's totally unproven. The opportunity's there for him to have a big week. I'm not sure the Commanders can run the ball like that.
Yeah, because the Raiders playing some defense too,
Yeah. So if Minnesota can't run the ball this week, if Cincinnati can't run the ball this week, and if the Commanders can't run the ball this week, well, then they ain't going to win with a backup quarterback throwing a lot of passes under pressure. In fact, they're more likely to throw a game away. And these aren't terrible backup quarterbacks. We've spoken about this a lot in the past, about how teams don't put a high enough priority on backup quarterbacks. 49ers have been a great example of that. They have, they've generally not had good backup quarterbacks in the Shanahan era. They've finally wised up to that, and now they have a decent backup who went in there against a bad opponent, played just well enough to get them a win. And I think that's got to be the goal of these teams. Certainly, Commanders who would look, they're in the same position the 49ers were in last week. Like, all right, look, we should beat this team. We're at home. We're the better team. Raiders are coming to town. Let's just not do anything dumb in this game, and let's not put our quarterback in harm's way. And yet, the 49ers had McCaffrey to fall back on. The Commanders don't have anything anywhere near that to fall back on. And so it's, this to me just says, man, this all of a sudden turned it from we really should win this game to, man, I'm not so sure we're going to win this game. But anyway, maybe that's like the 49ers Saints game. Maybe that makes the game closer than it would ordinarily be. Maybe it makes it more watchable. I don't know. But that's kind of my concern about, you've got Burrow and McCarthy with all these weapons playing against each other. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a shootout. This is going to be a 28-27. What a great game to watch. Now it turns into Browning against Wentz. Like, oh, geez, 13-10.
Right.
So anyway.
Look, I can see it. I can definitely see everything that you're talking about. But I can also see, I'm just going to keep my mind open where, you know what? There's so much of a personnel turnover that maybe some of these guys just aren't going to be ready on defense. Next thing you know, you do have a Jamar Chase running free. And then basically at that point, me or you could throw him the football and get scores. So I'm just wondering if that might be the case, only because these quarterbacks are capable. We saw Cincinnati last week against Jacksonville and their defense. I mean, that wasn't the greatest. In fact, even in preseason, when their starters were playing the Philly number twos in that preseason game, they couldn't stop the Philly number twos. Not that has much to do with anything at this point, but maybe it does. Maybe that just tells their character. But back to this Commander-Raider game, and we'll just pick this one first. I'm on board with you. When I did my 5 initial unders, first instinct unders at the end of the week, at the beginning of the week on Tuesday, this was on the list. I just don't see how we get points here. The Raiders have played nice. That's the one thing I'm going to give the Raiders credit for. I mean, they're able to hold the Chargers to 20 or whatever it was, 22 points, 20 points, I think, right, on Monday night. And their problem was they could only score 9. And I think a lot of that translates kind of on the road here. Yeah, Mariota might move the ball a little bit, but he's bound to throw an interception or two as well with the Raiders. In fact, in this game, I could see both quarterbacks throwing an interception, to be honest. Geno definitely has his share. And Geno Smith, I'm kicking myself now because I liked it, but I should have bet him to be the leading interception player of the season, knowing that Pete Carroll will really find it very hard to bench him if he stays healthy throughout the duration of the season, which is going to add up in the interceptions. He shouldn't see the bench unless it's just that bad, and the Raiders are, can't get another win at all. And the Commanders, okay on defense. They're not the worst. I'm not going to say they're the best. They're not the worst. So I do like the under here. If Mariota does take matters into his own hands by the end zone because he's scrambling and, like you said, the running game, you can't trust it a little bit. Sure, why not take Mariota for a touchdown? On a very sneaky long shot ticket, maybe even 2 touchdowns, to be honest. But I think this is a game that the Commanders probably win by 3 points. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders win it by 3 points. But I'd be very, very surprised if there's a lot of points. So
yeah, and I find it hard to believe that the Raiders are going to go there and win this game. Mariota would have to throw this game away, for that to happen. But I do think the Raiders, where I would disagree with something that you said, is that the only reason why Geno won't lead the league in interceptions this year is because the Raiders supposedly have a good running game. And Carroll likes to run the ball. He's got this rookie phenom who's supposed to be really good. Now, we haven't seen that yet. Maybe this guy's overrated. Who knows? I don't think that's the case. I mean, I think this guy will do fine over the course of time. But he just hasn't given them the running game yet that's supposed to make things easier for Geno. But that's got to be the game plan this week. I mean, if you go into this game and you're facing a backup quarterback, you can go in with a far more conservative game plan than you would if, like, oh, man, we're going up against Daniels. We've got to score in the 20s to have a chance in this game. But that's no longer the case. And so, and the more the Raiders could hang in there defensively, which I think they can, the more they'll try to run the ball and keep the score down, keep Geno from making that big mistake that they can ill afford, especially in a game like this where they're on the road and everything's kind of got to go right for them in order for them to be successful. So I think you're right on with this Mariota thing. And part of this is that if the Commanders get scoring opportunities, there are scoring opportunities in every game. How are they going to push the ball into the end zone? Well, they don't really have a running back at this point where you would say, well, they're just going to turn around, they're going to hand it to this guy.
Well, Debo maybe in that crunch. Maybe Debo in that crunch. That's the thing. I mean, who knows? I mean, right.
There are options. There are unproven options there, and when that's the case, and you've got a running quarterback, I think it's first and goal at the second and goal at the 3-yard line. Are you going to hand the ball to somebody up the middle, or are you going to fake it to them and have your running quarterback run around the end and score? I think they're as likely to do the latter as anything else. And so I think the quarterback is going to get opportunities at the goal line to score touchdowns himself. I think he's probably the most likely Commander to score a touchdown in this game. And that's the good thing about backup quarterbacks, I'm assuming, is the numbers on them are going to be relatively low, relatively attractive, like backup quarterback, he's not going to be able to do anything. But with Mariota, he's going to run the ball 5, 6, 7, 8 times in this game. He's going to rush for 25, 30, maybe even 40 yards in this game, and he's going to score a touchdown. I can't imagine he's going to score 2, but I'm very confident to say he's got a really good chance to score a touchdown. And when you tell me what his numbers are, I'm going to think I'm going to tell you at least twice and maybe 3 times. Wow, that's attractive.
Okay, so we have for Mariota, and you mentioned Gentry too, or Genty. I always want to say Gentry. But maybe, as I'm looking up this number, old Pete Carroll there, which he's done before, will swing the ball a little bit more out into the flats to Gentry and try to give him some space, where he has a low receiving number. We haven't seen that yet from him. I'm wondering if maybe now's the chance. 20 yards, you're getting almost 2-1 on that. So I think I'm priced in on that. I'll say that. All right. Let's see. Mariota for a touchdown is plus 260. He's 20.
That's a nice number.
Plus 25-1 for 2 touchdowns. He is plus 850 to lead the game in rushing. And Genty might have more. He might just.
Yeah, but
27.5 baseline.
Yeah, I think I could easily project him. In fact, I looked at the last time he started, which was a couple years ago. The last 3 games he started, he averaged 7 carries for 30 yards, I don't see why he wouldn't do that again. And so, to get a number under 30, I think is attractive there as well. So
he's bound to get 40.
So
or 50.
I think I like both those. I like the plus 260. And I like the over 27.5.
Super greedy.
And then Genty. You're right about Genty. I think that, I think that's. Well, I think maybe it's always going to be the Raiders' game plan this season. But in a game like this, where you're a defensive-minded coach, you look at the other team's quarterback and you say, this guy can't beat us. This guy is not going to put up 24 points in this game. And if we go in knowing that, then what are we doing putting the ball at risk? We've got one of the top running backs, or so they think. Let's just pound it with him. This is a very average defensive team. This is the kind of game we should be able to run the ball, especially with our star back. Let's get him going. And then, like you said, all right, first down, he loses a yard. 2nd and 11. Or do we throw one downfield and put the ball at risk? No, let's just swing it out to this guy in the flat. Let him gain his 6 yards. Get us into a 3rd and 5. And I can see that happening quite a bit. It's a very good approach in a conservative game plan. So I can see him catching several balls in this game, maybe even leading the Raiders in reception. So I think you're onto something there.
Let's see. 30 yards for Genty is at plus 410. And then let's just see what he is to lead the game in receiving. That would be an interesting dynamic if he is even on there. Let's see here. See, Dave, even in the game as mired as this, we're finding the opportunity.
You're always looking at the big numbers. I'm much more conservative than that, but I do I do think that. He figures to go over a baseline number for receiving yards, and I think that
12.5 is just a baseline.
12 and a half.
Yeah, so if you wanted that on a conservative ticket,
that's definitely worth looking at.
Okay, we'll put him on that short list, or the who knows? Could end up being a long list.
Look at that. We're
Gentry 12.5 receiving yards over.
Yeah. and Mariota or a
Yeah,
touchdown.
and I can't
Mariota
find a
over
player.
26.
I can't find a player to lead.
Yeah, well,
the game with
that's
receiving yards.
that's. I mean, he would need to break one, which he's
Right.
fully capable
Yeah,
of.
yeah.
But in this game, there are, even if the Raiders play conservatively, they could throw 8 balls to Bowers for 60 yards, and then so you're looking at, well, he's going to have to get over 60 yards in order to even lead the Raiders in receiving. And then the Redskins, here I go again. The Commanders, well, they don't really have a running game at this point. So, I mean, if Daniels were the quarterback, we wouldn't even be considering this, because somebody, McLaurin or Debo, or maybe even both of them, figured to go over 60 yards in receiving. If Daniels were there now, with Mariota in there, you don't really know. I don't know. I would not expect Genty to lead the game in receiving yards.
Right,
but
right.
when we go over the 12.5, that sounds like a layup to me.
I'll take Debo over 5.5 rush yards. That sounds easy enough. He'll get at least 1 or 2.
Oh
carries.
my goodness!
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have. We talked about this a minute ago. I mean, sure, Merritt, they like him, and he could develop into a really nice back over the course of the season, but he's not a guy that they're going to hand the ball 15 times to this game. Rodriguez, had played some in the preseason, and it looked like he might get an opportunity. He's gotten almost no opportunity so far, but is he even the backup at this point? No doubt about it. It's almost like Debo is their second running back. 5.5 rushing yards. Oh man, that's better than the 3 other things we talked about. Look at that. We got one game. We got 4 things.
Yeah, we can quit now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I got to go. See ya.
Debo 5.5 rushing yards over, and I don't have an alternate number on that, but I'll look as we get closer to kickoff. And just real quick, back to Mariota being the game's leading rusher. I figured this. There's a 33% chance it's Genty, 33% chance it's a Commander running back of choice, and the other 33% has to be Mariota. That's going to be the running share for the game at the end of the day, I figure. So at plus 850, yes, I'm in.
I wouldn't rate them all even, just because I think Genty, in trying to envision a game plan here, I think Genty is is an every down back who's kind of been brought into the season like, look, you're going to be our workhorse. You're going to carry the ball 15 to 20 times every game. Be ready for that. And he has gotten a lot of carries so far. He hasn't done a whole lot with them, but you can project him for upward of 15 carries in this game. I don't think, while the Commanders would like to have someone run 15 times, I don't think Merritt has been brought, up to do that at this point. He's been, he's going to share carries with Ekeler. Crying out loud, beginning of the season, he might have been third string behind Brian Robinson. I mean, he's someone who at this point of the year, if you told him, all right, we're going to give you 6 carries this week, make the most of them, I think he'd be ready for that. I don't think he's ready to carry the ball 12 times in a game like this. And so I can't imagine him having more, even on a good day, can't imagine having him having more rushing yards than Genty. Genty's going to have twice as many carries. And Mariota's the wild card. But he would need to bust one to get to 50 yards. And that's not really likely for a quarterback like this. So I think Genty's a very safe play to lead this game in rushing, even if he only rushes, 17 times for 55 yards. So I'm not attractive to that. I mean, we got 4 things in this game. That's enough. Let's move on. Thank goodness there are 8 games where I'm going to tell you I have no interest, and then you're going to find 3 things anyway.
59.5 is the baseline for Genty. I would say that's an over for what you said. Here's one on the way out. I'll give you real quick. There's no way Geno Smith goes over 3.5 rushing attempts. Is there? That's a rush attempt on every other possession. You got to figure that ain't happening.
Well, let me put it this way: that's not in the game plan.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he got, rushing
it's not in the
attempts,
game plan.
so many, some rushing attempts so many times is dictated by, do you have check down, short yardage type receivers that even if you're looking downfield, that well, they're not open, I'm just gonna throw it to my tight end, or I'm gonna swing it out to the back. And the Raiders do have those options. So I think that Smith, this isn't like Hurts. I mean, Hurts gets the ball, he looks at one guy. If the guy's not open, he takes off running. He doesn't do this check down thing. Well, most teams do, and the Raiders do have these, crying out loud, their best receiver is a tight end. And so it's just, in order for Geno to run the ball, it really has to be a crazy play. For him to run 4 times in the same game, that isn't going to happen very often, if it ever does. I agree with you there.
Not in the game plan. All right, Dave, next game. The Rams were my hero last week. Down 3 points at halftime. I was saying to myself, every cuss word in the book about how they're losing to Tennessee. Although they look decent in the first half, Tennessee just playing a little bit better than them. I mean, they had Nakua running in for a long touchdown. Maybe Stafford's timing just off a little bit. But then the second half came along, and the Rams looked like a whole nother football team. And they didn't quite sail to my alternate total to win me a nice big bet. But they got there kind of without too bad of a sweat at the end of the day. They were able to put up points right out of halftime, follow that up with a turnover and get some more points, 3 and out. And then there you go. We're covering a spread now. So last seeing them, they left a very good taste in my mouth about the way that they're playing. And I was wondering if I was going to, they're one of those teams in my head. I kind of wanted to see it from them again a little bit before I put my eggs into their basket. As far as doing what they did last season, I just wanted to see some more proof in the pudding. And I think that they've done that here in the first couple of weeks. Even against Houston, that tough defense, they won a low-scoring game there. And it's week 1. It's not a pretty game by any stretch, but they won it. And then they went on the road and actually kind of looked like a football team in the second half. So if they can carry that momentum into Philadelphia, which obviously this is the Super Bowl champions, the defending, I'm not so sure the Philly mojo is. The Philly could be 0-2 right now. And I just think the mojo that the Rams kind of conjured up last week is going to kind of spur the momentum into this game. And when I talk about people needing to prove themselves, I'm going to start to point my finger now at the Philly defense again. And they played better against Mahomes, but is that more of an indictment on the Chiefs offense? I would trust the Rams offense a lot more than I would the Chiefs offense. Just when I think about it at the onset here. It's a 1:00 game. We have nice weather, so that's not going to be an issue. I'd rather play a game against the Eagles at 1:00 than at 4:00 or at night. That's for sure. So I think the early kickoff is actually better for this West Coast team. I'm not sure if they did the old let's stay in the East Coast trick that some of these East Coast teams do when they travel west. I know a few of these teams have done it in the past where, you had the back-to-back game against Carolina and Atlanta or whatever, and you decide to spend the weekend in the mountains of Tennessee. I'm not sure if the Rams did anything like that or not. But as far as offense goes, I've just seen it basically the tight end, the running back, and the quarterback, and that's been it for Philly. And they haven't gotten these receivers involved too terribly much. Still, the Rams are going to have their receivers involved here, and I think that could be the difference in the game. The Philly's going to be one-dimensional. I think you have the Rams who are two-dimensional. I've heard a lot of maybe sharp money, or I don't know if the Rams are or a public play. But 3.5 seems like a little much to me with the Philly defense having the question marks that they do. I think that Goddard's actually out now too, right? Or maybe he missed last week, and I'm misreading that. I need to double check on that. But if there's no Goddard, that's not going to help the situation. So I think just with a little bit more talent that's just getting used, I mean, they need to break A.J. Brown out of the garage. He's done nothing. And the Rams have some defense. So, I mean, is that going to kind of continue here? It's just a gut instinct more than anything. The Eagles aren't going to win every game. They're going to lose some games. So if they're going to lose some games, why not now in week 3, where it's the Rams come in? And honestly, if the Rams were to win this by a couple of scores, that would not shock me at all. So I think there's some value in moving and hoping that you get lucky and moving this underdog price at plus 3.5 upwards to maybe minus 8.5, 9.5 at a real nice greedy price, and take a stab there if you look for off the wall things to happen. So I'll trust the mojo of the Rams in the second half last week from what I've seen in the overall scheme of things that the Eagles have produced so far this season. They've won, but it hasn't been pretty, and they could easily be 0-2 to me. So give me the Rams on an alt line here. And prop-wise, I think I'll just lay off here and kind of hope for the Rams the most. But I'm not going to doubt that Nacua has a really good game here, or Devontae Adams breaks out here against Philadelphia in a questionable secondary. So give me some wide receiver props, I guess, and give me the Rams. What do you got here?
Well, certainly not as enthusiastic as you are about this game, because I see this as being a defensive struggle. I don't think either one of these teams at this point is capable of throwing the ball down the field. You're right about the A.J. Brown. They don't even run him down the field anymore. And Devontae Smith, he hasn't caught any long balls. I mean, Philly has become a somewhat conservative offense, and like I said, it's either hand it to Barkley or the Hurts goes back, takes one look, takes off rushing. He's going to give you 10 runs just like he does every other week. And the Rams are good enough defensively, I think, to slow down a Philadelphia team that just doesn't have at this point the big play capability. But looking at the other side, the Rams aren't a big play capability team. They don't throw the ball down the field, and so they're going to have to play kind of the same way that Philadelphia plays, because they're not as good at it. They don't have the same kind of running game. Certainly, their quarterback doesn't run the ball. They don't have a star running back. What is happening with Kyren Williams?
Right.
Is he being replaced by Corum?
Yeah, Corum's coming up, isn't he? Yep.
That to me that's the one thing about this game
Yes.
that I'm very curious to see. Is this going to be a changing of the guard kind of game where when we've kind of seen it come advancing to this point where, okay, it's going to be 2/3 of the carries for Williams, 1/3 of the carries for Corum. Is this the week where it's 50-50? And then when the Rams lose this game 16-13, and they don't really have that much offense going, they struggled offensively quite a bit last week. Then, you know what? Let's make the move. Let's go with the other guy as the running back next week or a couple of weeks down the line. So that's what I'm curious to see, whether Williams or just what their game plan is with Williams. Like I said, I think the team that I don't think either team is going to have a big play in this game. I think the team that can run the ball the best is going to win this game. And the Rams are usually pretty good at that. But what are they? Are they really going to hand the ball to Williams 15 times this week, or is it going to be him 9, Corum 8, and they don't really have a great running game? So I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, and I do think the Rams have a chance to go in there and win this game. It'll come down to a field goal at the end. But I don't see where the points are coming from in this game. Philadelphia was very, you chalk it up to Kansas City not, playing a great game. Well, Philadelphia had a lot to do with that last week. Philadelphia is a pretty good defensive team. The Rams are a good defensive team. Neither team is great offensively. I see the two defenses being better than the two offenses in this game. Very few big plays. This is kind of one of those games I was talking about. On paper, looks like a great game, but as far as an entertainment value, unless you're just really into it's 13 all, 2 minutes to go, who has the ball, how far can Cardi kick a field goal or what have you. And that's entertaining in and of itself, but it's those first 58 minutes, like, oh, geez, why weren't they showing this other game that I'd much rather see? So I'm gonna, good luck to you in this game. I'm a pass on this game all the way around.
Good thing I have Cardi on my fantasy team. This is 19 to 16. Quorum available on fantasy, at least my league, 12-team league, and we've talked about storing away these running backs on the bench. Have them ready to go in case something like this. So now's the time to grab Quorum, right?
Well, exactly, especially in a 12-team league, right. Where teams don't have as great a depth, obviously, as you would in a 10-team league. Maybe you look at your 10-team roster and say, I'd love to have Quorum, but which one of these pretty good other guys do I have to get rid of?
Let's play my game. I got Blue I can get rid of, and I can get rid of Justice Hill.
Out loud. Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I mean, Williams, surprisingly, mind you,
he's a belt.
Williams has really,
he's done nice.
Gotten himself into a position where he's a no doubt, workhorse type running back for Dallas right now, and Dallas is, a very good offensive team. I can't imagine Blue getting the type of opportunity that I would have guessed he would get during the preseason. So it's time to cut.
Cut
him loose.
Javonte Williams, again, the qualifications for comeback player of the year, they say they're specific now, but maybe Williams, just from having a couple of down years after a sensational rookie year, maybe he could be a comeback player of the year. I'd have to look at those odds and evaluate.
Well, I'll tell you who's the favorite in that, even though he had, you laugh. Because it's like, oh, geez, he hasn't had a very good season so far. But the favorite in that has to be Tua. I mean, just because here's a guy who was 1 foot out the door. He's, he's got to retire. He's never going to play again. I mean, just the fact that he's starting quarterback, forget how he's done, is like, all right, he's the public choice, to win this award. Can he stay upright for 16, 17 games? We'll see. But even this last game, Thursday night was very encouraging. We don't need to talk a lot about this game, but, was very encouraging all the way around for the Dolphins. And if they can continue to get both their outside receivers going, to get they got 2 running backs now going, they could end up being the type of offensive team that we thought they were going to be last year. But anyway, I digress. But at this point, he's my odds-on, an often misused term, by the way. He's my odds-on favorite for the comeback player of the year.
There's always the 1 or 2 teams that start out really slow and then kind of catch up. Miami could definitely fit that mold. I see what you're saying there. All right, that's it for the Ram game. I think I like the under at the end of the day myself. Next game on the list. Are we still at 1 o'clock here? No, that's it. So the early window is done with our candidates. Other games to get back to. Looking for a fun game after this. All right, we'll go to Sunday at the late window, 4 p.m. Eastern time, 4:06 Eastern, 1:06 Pacific. And it's the Seahawks And the Saints, Seahawks minus 7.5, over under 41.5 in this game. This is one of the two potential weather games. So that's something to pay attention to there. The Saints coming off heartbreaking losses, I guess, for them. I mean, can you have your heart broken when you're picked to be the worst team? I mean, I guess so. But those are games in which I think they probably surprised a few people anyway, with the fact that they're able to hang in there a little bit. But this is tougher. Seattle's got that home crowd that's really, really loud. I could see a number of false start penalties here on the Saints, probably, with the quarterback Rattler. In fact, I think I got a good prop bet for this one myself here in this one. The Seahawks, I must admit, they're the team I was going to try to fade here early on. And maybe I'm still right at the end of the day. I'm not going to chalk it up as a loss here because maybe Pittsburgh was the root of their own evil a little bit more last week, where I thought Pittsburgh would handle Seattle somewhat easily at home. That was not the case. The Seahawks were able to do what I just kind of said. The Rams could have a chance to do what Philadelphia's, win a game by double digits over the Steelers. Who would have thought that beforehand, that they were going to win. They're going to, win by 3 or 6. They won by 14. So if you had Seahawks alternate line last week, you got paid nicely. But yes, one of my blemishes was trying to fade the Seahawks last week. I'm more inclined not to get involved in this game at the end of the day. You may like the Seahawks. I think I have this on my under lists. I don't see how this game goes over the total, to be honest. I'm not going to expect much of an offensive output from the Saints here at the end of the day. Maybe Walker would be he's a heavy favorite for a touchdown, minus 180. So that's not even attractive. But I could see the emergence. We like to find players emerging. This guy did pretty good last season towards the end, and he's been kind of on my watchdog list here for the first couple of weeks, and he's actually scored last week, and that's Barner, the tight end for Seattle, AJ Barner. He's plus 360 for a touchdown, so he'll find himself on an anytime touchdown ticket for me anyway. But besides that, I don't think I want anything to do with this game except for the fact that it is on my under 41.5 ticket. I'll say Seattle wins this game 20-6, 23-9, something like that. And they'll probably cover, but I'll root for the Saints mainly because I'll have survivor interest against this. I'm already in the books all in with Buffalo on Thursday night. So I'm through. So only a team like the Saints can only help me at this point, as I expect a lot of survivor play on Seattle here. I'm not going to trust the Seahawks quite yet. Hopefully the Saints will show up. I doubt it. But give me Barner. Give me the under. What do you have here?
Yeah, well, this is your Western team against the South game of the week, similar to the Arizona game last week against Carolina.
Right.
And while that game didn't go the way I wanted it to, the Western team did find a way to win.
You can't abandon the strategy. Yes.
There's really no reason for the Seahawks not to win this game. New Orleans has put up a decent fight in their first 2 games. This is a long trip for them, and Seattle's the kind of team that usually they're not going to beat themselves. And so I just think that if Seattle plays their average game this week, they'll win this game by 7 to 10 points. And you mentioned his name earlier. I think Walker is an obvious play in this game because Charbonnet is out. He's been losing a lot of.
Good to know.
Yeah, he's been losing a lot of touches to Charbonnet. Now that's gone. Now he's back to a guy who's going to get probably 75% of the touches among the running backs in this game. in a game where they can play conservatively and win, a game where they should have a lead all the way through. And I don't see why, Seattle would come out winging the ball right and left. And so I would look at Walker to have a big game here, and Seattle to win kind of a boring, again, what I expected in the Arizona game last week. It didn't materialize, but a 27-10, 27-14 kind of game. And I agree with you that I don't see where the New Orleans points are coming from in this game. I can't imagine they're going to score more than 17. Seattle should be able to put up 24 and win this game, by a touchdown, maybe 10 points. So I'd like to hear what numbers they post on Walker, just because his numbers have been down this year, but for a reason that won't be a factor this week, and that's Charbonnet.
He's minus 180 for one touchdown. He's plus 330 for two touchdowns. He is rushing.
What about his rushing yards?
Let's see, 79.5.
Wow, that's a little high.
Yeah, we'll just pass on all that altogether. But
yeah,
knowing that's probably what will happen anyway.
That's
right?
an indication that they're seeing the same thing in this game that I am. That this guy's going to be very busy. So, but yeah, I can't go over 79.5 on a guy he may even have 79 yards total.
I'd rather have the two touchdowns, to be honest.
Right.
Plus 320.
Yeah, okay. Right. Exactly. I mean, you're getting right. I agree.
And the fact that this game's so skunky, maybe that's why you don't take Barner. But if you're looking for someone else to maybe score, maybe give him another chance. I just think he's emerging. I think we're going to see that guy score more and more. Big guy, big target, he plays mean. He plays angry, if you've seen that. Let's see here. Next game. Maybe this is better, but I don't know. This is one of those where you would hope that you could see some points. But this has, again, an under 23-20 type of score written all over it because it's the Chargers and Harbaugh. And talk about a quarterback running renaissance. Justin Herbert about leads the way with that in the NFL this season. Who knew that Justin Herbert carried the torch for leading rushers for quarterbacks? I don't know if he is the leading quarterback rusher, but he's making a case for it anyway. And the Broncos defense, kind of a no-show in Indianapolis. Maybe we have some questions there. The Chargers, I'm not going to question their defense. They have a good defense. In fact, they were available in fantasy this week, and I went ahead and picked them up because they were an upgrade over my Patriot defense, at least to me. I mean, the Chargers defense seems really nice. Man, I'm wondering if Keenan Allen is not an auto play for one touchdown in most of these games. Herbert loves him, right? Keenan Allen has scored in both games so far. So I'm, if I have any kind of anytime touchdown ticket in the late afternoon window, then I'm going to throw Keenan Allen on there. Why not? Feed the hot hand. But again, I could see points at a premium here just because of the division rivalry, the coaches. Harbaugh is the type of coach to feel things out maybe a little bit anyway. Amari and Hampton, interesting too with him. He hasn't done much. But maybe this is a between the tackles type of game. And I think I did read somewhere where the Broncos, when it comes to rushing the ball, they're not getting their hands on the running back until 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. And they're giving up a lot of run yards after contact when the runs are going right up the gut on Denver. But again, we're just in week 3, so take that for what it is. I just have a feeling this is more of a punch counter punch type of game. And if you're going to force me to take a player here, why not go back to the well with Keenan Allen for a touchdown? He's plus 220. That's something you can match up with Walker at plus 330 and maybe get a nice little payout in the late afternoon window. So give me that. Give me Keenan Allen for a touchdown on my best play of the board for this game. I'm not going to be shocked if either team wins. When you talk about mojo, though, and I talked about mojo with the Rams, no one has better mojo than the Chargers right now in the league. They're the ones who feel like they're playing the best. And I would put Green Bay in that boat as well, but their offensive injuries are starting to mount up as well. The Chargers, even with the questions and the offensive line, they've been able to answer those. And they win that game in Vegas, kind of in a Jim Harbaugh type of way as well last week. So I think they hold serve here. I don't doubt maybe the Chargers lose the game on the flip side in Denver when we get to that point because they're not going to go undefeated. They're going to take a blemish or two. But I think they get by Denver here at home and keep this hot September going. So give me the Chargers. I don't think I want to get it fancy one way or the other. Probably the best way to do it, if you're going to take some teams to win the game, like Seattle, maybe you just do the money lines. You can find, Washington, Seattle, the Chargers. You should be able to piece together 4 or 5 teams that should just win. You don't have to worry about anything else. And I think the Chargers fit that category. So give me Keenan Allen for a touchdown. Chargers to win this game straight up.
Yeah, this is to me the late window version of the Rams and Eagles. I just think these are two good teams, two good defensive teams. Points are going to be very hard to come by. Very impressed with how well the Chargers have played defense so far this year. And, I don't even know if you would call it a conservative game plan, the way the quarterback's been throwing the ball around. But Denver's a very good defensive team, too. And in the long run, this is going to be a big game in the AFC West. When push comes to shove, you're going to have Kansas City and the Chargers and Denver all going for playoff positioning. Who's got the head-to-head wins in the matchup could determine the winner of the division or who gets the wild card spots or what have you. I just think that going into the season, you would think this would be a very evenly matched game, as will the rematch. And I'm not sure anything's changed. Yeah, the Chargers are really good. They're surprising a lot of people. But how good are they? And Denver, went into the season pretty much on even terms, I think, in terms of most people's minds. In terms of can Denver be this team this year that wins 10, 11 games, maybe even go for the division title? Well, if so, they're going to have to. This is kind of a prove-it game for them. And, they've got a couple of games out of the way on the schedule, less glamorous games. This is their first one where, all eyes are on them. Let's see what you got. And so, have they been building up to a better performance? They haven't been great so far. I don't know. I just think that two good defenses, you don't want to make the big mistake. Similar to the Philly game, you don't want to make that big mistake that's going to cost you the game. And just play conservatively, let your defense win or lose it. I can see this being a very low-scoring game. But, again, it's hard to imagine this game being 13-10. But 20-17, 17 all going down to the last team that has the ball. So I have no play in this game. I think it could, like the Rams-Eagles game, I think it could go either way. And I just don't see there being a standout individual play on either side of the ball. So I'll pass on this game.
Okay, next game on the list for us. Right in your neck of the woods, Arizona and San Francisco, -2.5, 44.5. And we talked about San Francisco winning earlier, and I'm wondering if I know why they won those two games by such close margins. And I know the first one's right because the tight end is a Tungus Tunges, whatever his name is,
Tunges, yeah.
gets the touchdown, and then they get help from the other kid last week, which I want to say his name started PH or something like, is it Firmer or God, what's that guy's name? Now we have to go back to the box score. But the tight end's the difference for the 49ers. That's a deep tight end room, right? That they got all of a sudden. Let me just ask you that.
Well, let's not get carried away.
Okay. Okay.
They're a team that's really struggling on the outside. Even Jennings is a good number 3 receiver on a real NFL team, and he's done well with the 49ers, bringing him in on third down to get a clutch 6-yard catch on 3rd and 5 a couple times a game. But he's been injured. He was a holdout, and he's just not playing well at this point. Certainly, he's not a number 1 receiver. They brought in the rookie from last year. Basically threw his season went out the window when he got shot in that unfortunate accident last year. But he's come in this year. Maybe he could have a breakout season, and he's done fine, but not. He's not an NFL caliber number 1, maybe even a number 2 receiver. Now you got Kittle, who's injured. Of course, you got Ayuk, who's injured. You don't have Debo anymore. You don't have your quarterback. They just don't have the weapons to throw the ball. And so, are they throwing the ball some to the tight end? Well, yes, because they got nobody else to throw to. And this is just not I'm not sure this is a good team anyway, but this is just not a good team right now. And they've done what they had to do, win those first 2 games, very close games. And here's another one where they could win this game, and it would be certainly be a nice win for them, but it's certainly not going to come easy. It's another 50-50 game, kind of like the Seattle game. Well, last week turned into a 50-50 game as well. And they're 2-0 in those games. Can you trust Mac Jones to be the guy that leads you to another win over a team that's just every bit as good as you are? I think this is a toss-up game. I would not be surprised if Arizona won this game. I don't see the 49ers putting up a whole lot of points because they just don't have the weapons. But yet, defensively, they've played really well, and I expect it to be very similar to the first 2 games they played, kind of a middle-ish scoring game, 23-20, 24-22, something that's probably right around the number. To go either way. You would think that McCaffrey would be very busy in this game, but he's really the only thing Arizona needs to worry about. And so that's going to make it tough on them, as it did last week. New Orleans, figured this out. It doesn't take a whole lot to figure that out. But they got a backup quarterback. And then we talked earlier about these backup quarterbacks. I mean, Jones had what appears to be a very good game last week, but you couldn't have landed a much easier spot, playing against a really bad team. This is going to be a bigger test, a tougher test. I don't know. This is like I said, I would not be surprised at all if they lost this game. And I'm passing this game as well.
Farrell is the other tight end I was trying to think of. 44.5 probably seems like too much. So this is another game under the total.
You look at the 49ers scores from the first 2 games, and you wonder how it got there. It's been they don't have the scores in front of me, but it seems to me there's been about, low 40s points in both of those games. And there's no reason why this game would be any different. Arizona has some big play capability. I think they're going to hang in there. I think they'll score as many points as they have to stay competitive. I can see this is just 7-3 at the end of one, 14-10 at halftime, 17-14 at the end of third quarter, and then come down to 20 all down the stretch, and one team winning You get a touchdown at the end, you win 27-20, the game goes over. You kick a field goal at the end, you win 23-20, the game goes under. I'm not tossing that coin. So I just think it's your very vanilla, middle of the pack type of matchup that we see on a lot of different places on the board this week, and this is the poster boy for that kind of game.
All right, so our last West game would be the Sunday night game with the Chiefs and the Giants. Now, of intriguing games of the week, this definitely is on the intriguing list anyway. 5.5 for the Chiefs is the favorite, which is down a full point since yesterday at 6.5. 44.5 points now is the total. You know what? I mean, I don't doubt that the Giants can't win this game at home, to be honest. This game, I don't want to say it scares me, but I think there's just better plays on the board overall than trying to trust either one of these teams right now at this point. The Giants did show me something at Dallas last week. The Chiefs, I guess, could have won over the Eagles, like I said. But overall, at the end of the day, not super impressive. So generally a pass for me on this one. Maybe you can enlighten me to something here because I'll have to play some sort of an angle. And maybe it's the neighbor's angle. I'll just root for my fantasy guy who killed it for me last week against Dallas. Maybe a little bit tougher task with the Chiefs defense. Hard game to handicap. Very, very hard game to handicap considering what both these teams have done so far in this season. I haven't been involved with them. That's probably a good thing. And I think that's probably the trend I should continue down. Let's not make these two part of my portfolio. We'll just find better things along the way. Your thoughts?
Well, this is one of the few games that I think is very intriguing and, has great entertainment value. First off, Kansas City is not going to lose this game. Kansas City never loses this kind of game. And while you think, man, have they gone downhill offensively? Well, crying out loud, look who they've played so far. They played the Chargers, who, we didn't expect it coming in, but they look like a very elite type of defense. And they played the Eagles, another team, and we saw this in the Super Bowl, that gave them fits offensively, and the same thing in this game. I mean, they've played, you could argue, two of the top 5 defensive teams in the league. Now they're going to play one of the bottom 5. They finally get an opportunity to spread their wings a little bit, get their running game going. I think Kansas City is going to score points in this game. And especially if the Giants get into their, like last week, get into their, let's just let Russell Wilson throw the ball crazily down the field and hope that a couple of them pop. They've got the outside receivers to make it happen. The quarterback, I mean, to his credit, he somehow, some way each week finds someone open down the field for that 60-yard touchdown pass just when you think they're going to get blown out. Kansas City doesn't allow a whole lot of stuff like that, but that won't stop the Giants from trying. And Wilson is one of these crazy guys where he's just unpredictable. He'll scramble around, and next thing you know, oh, geez, Wan'Dale Robinson's wide open down the left side of the field. And Kansas City was ahead 17-0 and coasting. Well, now it's 17-7, and here come the Giants. So I think this is going to be a very high-scoring game based on the fact that I think Kansas City's going to have a big game offensively, and I think the Giants, are volatile enough to make, to hang in there or to make, as Wilson tends to do, make the big mistake that leads to an extra score for the other team. I think that this should really be an awakening week for Kansas City's running game. They've got to get their running game going if they're going to be successful and win all those close games that they won last year. This is a green light game for Pacheco. He really should, be able to dominate this game in some way. And then from the Giants' standpoint, I mean, you mentioned Neighbors, who's always kind of an obvious play, but Robinson quietly
Yes.
is having a really big season, and he's a deep threat. He's a second deep threat on a team where you've got to you've got to double team the other guy. He's got a quarterback who throws a good deep ball. I mean, he's a 50-yard touchdown catch guy waiting to happen every week. And in a game like this where they figure to be behind, they figure to put the ball up at risk, maybe even more than your average game, it just increases the chances that he's going to catch one of his big ones. So I think Pacheco is going to be a very solid play. And I think Robinson's going to be a solid play once I hear the numbers.
Okay. Pacheco is 41.5 for his baseline rush. So you probably like that number.
Yeah, yes, I do like that. And what about touchdown?
Pacheco plus 185 for a touchdown.
Yeah, that's
nice.
He could be your sneaky 2 TD guy.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's 185 for one. That's got to be a big price for 2.
He's a player who I've played several times, only just to be let down by him. So why not go back to the well one more time with him?
Well, and that's what keeps the Kansas City's kind of this kind of team in and of itself. Like, well, as much as I think Kansas City is going to win this game, last year every game was 3 points. So how could you lay 5.5 points? I don't care who they're playing; they're going to win by 3. They'll win because they always win these games, but that doesn't mean they're going to win by 10. And Pacheco's kind of the same way. You keep expecting him to break out. This is going to be his week. And then Kansas City disappoints and they can't break away from, these mediocre teams that they're playing. But this is a different situation for Kansas City. I mean, they're not 0-2. They don't do 0-2 well. And this is the worst. The Giants were going to play Kansas City this year. Man, I bet you right now they'd much rather switch this game to week 13 rather than week 3. This is not the week you want to play Kansas City. I'm very, very confident that Kansas City is going to win this game. And if so, against a team that's, Kansas City's not throwing the ball that well. Worthy may or may not be back in the lineup. I kind of doubt that he will be. We know Rice obviously is still not there. This is a team that they need to run the ball better. And while Hunt plays a lot, he's not the kind of guy who's going to get 10 carries and take away 10 carries from Pacheco. Pacheco will get his 15 carries in this game if Kansas City can get a little bit of a lead and get things going against a bad defense. This to me has, get well game written all over it for Kansas City.
All right, I like it.
Now, and let's look at Robinson.
Robinson, yes.
What's his receiving yards?
Let's see. Wan'Dale Robinson, 43.5.
Yeah, see, he's if such a thing existed, excuse me, I'd take him over for a 50-yard reception in this game. It's just if in fact the Giants fall behind and it turns into kind of a game like last week, and Wilson's throwing these crazy long passes up for grabs. Now, granted, he throws a lot of them to Neighbors, but this is Robinson standing over there on the other side, drawing the weaker coverage, getting single covered, roaming around the defense. He's getting 10 targets a game. So he's a big play waiting to happen. 43.5 in some ways. We say there's a lot about Jameson Williams. That's one catch potentially in this game. I really think that's going to happen. And 43.5 is an absolute steal. I mean, both things in this game, both those numbers are way lower than I would have projected. I think they're both outstanding plays. I mean, again, and it's maybe it's by comparison, but there have been so many games, and there are a handful more that we haven't talked about, where it's like, you know what? No. Denver and the Chargers, no interest. Saints and the Seattle, mostly no interest. The 49ers and the Cardinals, no interest. Rams and Philly, no interest. And like I said, there's 4 others that I could mention right now. So there aren't a whole lot of real attractive plays, and maybe that makes these 2 plays look more attractive than they really are in real life. But these 2 have got to be very, very close to the top of this.
I got a couple other ones you might like now as well. For a 30-yard catch, first of all, the baseline for longest catch for Robinson is 16.5. And then for a 30-yard catch, you get 5-1.
That's to throw that on with Pacheco scoring 2 touchdowns, just those 2 things have got a really nice greedy ticket for you.
Yeah, let's see what that pays actually. Wan'Dale Robinson for a 30-yard catch and Isaiah Pacheco for 2 touchdowns will pay 76-1.
76-1.
Yep.
Is that what you said?
$10 wins you $754.75.
I was going to ask, what would you like to tag on to that ticket? But that's a ticket in and of itself.
Yeah, we can just do that for the night game by itself.
Like I said, if you're looking to play, I just think that there are 10 games, maybe not 10, at least 8 games out there where you're really stretching it if you're really going to have a play in these games. So when you've got a couple like this, and we talked about the Raiders and Washington, where they were 4 different plays that we liked in that game. You got to focus on the good plays. You don't have to have. Well, I don't know about you, but you don't have to have action in everything. And so these are 2. This is and with Debo's rushing yards. There's another one where I bet you could bump that up to 20, 25 yards. I mean, if he's only 5.5 yards rushing, you bump that up to 20, 25, or 30 yards and throw him onto that ticket at another 10-1 or whatever that would be. Oh, be shutting down FanDuel by the end of the day.
There's no Debo alternate yet, but we're going to pay attention for all this. Okay, so both by themselves. That's my own notes I'm making to come back to this. $50 pays $3,775 on that Wan'Dale Robinson 30-yard catch, Isaiah Pacheco 2 touchdowns. Okay, this is the reason why we do this show, people, is because that angle, I guarantee you, no one is giving you. All right, let's go to. Well, that's it. That's it for all our usual suspects. Let's talk about the Monday night game before we get to everything else. Just because that's such a good, fun game, and that's just the obvious good. That's a great Monday night game, isn't it? The Lions and the Ravens. I'm not sure why the Lions are a 5.5-point underdog. I mean, they did everything we thought they could last week and more. And they looked as good as they could. That's the Lion team I know, not the Lion team that we saw in week 1 in Green Bay. So they've righted the ship here. Baltimore struggled with Cleveland out of the gates, but managed to have a big second half and win. Obviously, they had a bad second half in Buffalo and lost. I just don't understand why the Lions are getting so many points here. So I'll grab those up right off the bat. If you're going to give me the Lions at 2-1 on the money line to win the game, sure, I'll take that. This is not harsh Baltimore winter that the Lions are going into. A festive atmosphere on a Monday night in Baltimore. Yes, very much loud and in support of the home team there. But the Lions have enough grit to go out and win this game. And everyone fed. Our boy Jameson Williams was up to par last week. Montgomery's the one guy, I guess, who kind of let us down at the end of the day because Jahmyr Gibbs counterfeited him. I mean, how many times have we got to say that in our lives, or vice versa? So it's just bound to happen with those two. You're going to peg the one guy one week, and then the other guy will gift you. So naturally, I guess you think that this would be the Montgomery week since we haven't seen it yet. So maybe that's the angle to take here. I don't know. This is probably a higher scoring game as well. But I do trust the Lions defense. And I'm going to trust them more than the Baltimore offense. I'm going to trust the Lions offense more so than the Baltimore defense. So at the end of the day, I see the upset here. I'm not so sure how Detroit's this big of an underdog. Better chance to win if you're the Lions, obviously, if you have this game at home. And these guys have played some fun games in the past as well. I believe this is one of those games where, like, Tucker had that field goal bounce up and down on the crossbar, if you remember that, 3 or 4 years back. So, I don't know. Give me the Lions here. And a good Monday night game, though, overall. What do you think?
Oh, this is game of the year type of material.
Yeah, this could be. This could be.
I don't know how they determine
41-38 or something like that. It could be.
Yeah, right. I don't know how they determine which games go on Sunday night or Monday night or Thursday night, or if they have some kind of draft or what they do. But this had to be the number one pick on the Monday Night Football wish list. I mean, this is incredible. Can't believe it's on Monday night, especially when you got Kansas City and the Giants going on Sunday night. That I don't really get it. Maybe that has something to do with that being the last day of the baseball season, and they didn't want to put an attractive matchup on a day where people are going to be watching baseball. I don't know. Monday's a completely off day for baseball. But I don't know. I'm a week ahead of myself here. But anyway, the point is that this game, I mean, this last week was to the Lions what this week is to the Chiefs. You talk about a team that lost a lot of its glamour, a lot of its reputation in that first game against Green Bay. Oh my God, they lost their coordinators. Look at them; they're terrible. They can't move the ball anymore. Oh, they're out of it. They're not even going to be a 500 team this year. And then the Bears, they could go in there and beat the Lions. They got this coach's revenge and all this is like, yeah, right. We're talking about the Lions here. They come right back, and now all of that, they take care of their business last week, and now all of that's forgotten. Now it's like the Lions are back. The pressure's off of them. The coaches have proven themselves. All their star players have performed like star players last week. They're really riding a nice momentum into this game. And in some ways, that's bad for the Lions defense, because if there's no more talk about, well, the Lions are going to have to be better defensively if they're going to, match last year. No, you know what? They really don't have to, because their offense looks every bit as. Why wouldn't their offense be every bit as good this year as it was last year? They got all the same guys back. And you've got guys like Jameson Williams, even Gibbs to a lesser extent, who are young players and figure to be better this year than they were last year. I just think that, and the Ravens, while sometimes they look good defensively, they're not really a good defensive team. And in some ways, they're a below average defensive team. I just think this is going to be an incredibly entertaining, high scoring game that, and the Ravens are more predictable in terms of who's going to be doing the scoring than the Lions are. I mean, you already mentioned Montgomery. Is this going to be his week? Is it not going to be his week? Is this going to be Gibbs? They spread the ball around. Williams and Laporta and St. Brown. I mean, they've got weapons all over the field, whereas the Ravens really don't. I mean, the Ravens, Henry, who tends to seemingly 50% of his points in the fourth quarter. You've got Jackson, of course, who's always does something. But the guy who's really made a difference to me for the Ravens is Flowers. I mean, he's really developed into kind of what Rashee Rice developed into in Kansas City. All of a sudden, Baltimore isn't this team that spreads the ball around to Bateman and to their tight ends, and every once in a while they're the other. No. This is a team that's now throwing the ball 10 to 12 times a game to Flowers, and so he's becoming an elite. He could lead fantasy in scoring this year among receivers, which is hard to say when you got Chase and Jefferson also in there, but don't got quarterbacks anymore. So I think in a very high scoring game, I think Flowers can be depended upon to put up big numbers. And for Detroit, it's always a bit of a guessing game. When they score 31 points, 34 points, when they're going to score 4 touchdowns, it's a lot easier to guess. I mean, you're not taking a stab in the dark on a team that's going to score 2 touchdowns, and who's it going to be that gets the 2 touchdowns? Well, they're going to score 4. That makes it a lot easier. I think St. Brown can get one, and Gibbs can get one, and Montgomery can get one, and you still got time for Laporta to have a big game, or Jameson Williams to get his big TD. So I think this is a game where I think Laporta could. The Ravens, if you look at their numbers in the first 2 games, given up a ton of yardage to tight ends. Laporta hasn't done great so far, but he's just another one of their weapons. And if you're looking to attack a weak spot in the Baltimore defense, and they're going to be spread out all over the field, covering all the various Lions weapons, so they're already vulnerable. Why don't we just continue what these first 2 teams have done with the Ravens? Is throw the ball to the tight end a lot. We've got a really good one. So I think Laporta, for a guy who hasn't done much, whose numbers may be low, is going to be a solid play in this game. And I think Flowers, until proven otherwise, is going to be a very solid play. So those are the 2 guys that I would pinpoint in this game as my possibilities.
And you almost feel like, honestly, I mean, it could be a green light for everything.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So what do we got Laporta on receiving?
Let's see. Since we're looking, and as I'm scrolling, because I'm looking at the Monday night game, that the next game after that will be spared here in week 4 of EDC Hawks and Cardinals, because they play on Thursday night. We won't have to worry about those 2 next week. I just started laughing to myself when I saw that. Boring NFC West football. Let's see here. Laporta is baseline 45.5 for him.
That's higher than I would have expected. But that's consistent with, what Baltimore's given up to far lesser tight ends so far. And what about Flowers?
69.5.
Yeah, that's.
But maybe the thing to do is both a touchdown, right? 2-game parlay that, maybe.
That's. I still take both of them. Not as strong as some of these other plays that we had, but I take both of them over their yardage. And you would think Flowers would be more likely to score a touchdown than Laporta. I mean, the Lions just have so many other options.
Right.
But for me, on the consideration list, I think Flowers at 69.5 is a better play than Laporta at 45.5, just because Laporta hasn't had that good a season so far. But I'll put them both on my consideration list.
Okay.
You gotta have, you have to have a handful of things going in this game.
Yeah,
I mean, when you're both teams are going to score in the 30s, and maybe that's, we talked about this with Detroit last week, that maybe the best play of all was going to be Detroit over its point total, which was, I don't know, 26.5 or something last week. They were over that in like the first 5 minutes. I think that could be the play this week. Is you got two teams where I'm guessing both of them are under 30 in terms of their projected point totals in this game. One or the other is definitely going over their total, and very good chance that both of them are going over if in fact they're in the 27, 26 range.
Let's see here. Looking that up. Lions are at 23.5. That's over. And 29.5 for Baltimore. So, yeah, let's just take the Detroit over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a better play there. I agree with you. I think this is a game that the Lions could very easily win. People are enamored with Baltimore and with Jackson and their exciting style, and they're a fun team to watch. But frankly, they're not that good defensively. And this is you can be good defensively and still not slow down Detroit. You're not good defensively. You better put up a whole ton of points. 23.5 is a very, best.
I would just climb
my favorite play in this game.
I would climb the ladder here, to be honest, because old Dan's not going to, obviously he goes for it on fourth down. When he got a chance to run it up last week on Ben Johnson, he did. You don't think he's going to run it up on the Ravens? Over 30.5 is plus 280.
I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to run it up on the Ravens, probably.
Yeah, right.
But still,
by proxy,
like
he could get there.
Yeah,
by proxy, he could get these numbers.
He wouldn't hesitate, right? If they're ahead by 6 points and they're less than 2 minutes to go and they're in field goal position where they could ice the win, I don't think he thinks like that. He's like, you know what? Let's get that one more touchdown right now, and go ahead and score that, put up another touchdown, and now you're ahead 41-31. So,
I think you bet these all. You just bet them all and hope the old popcorn parlay, as everyone calls the ladder play. If you listen to other sports wagering shows, I've always called it the popcorn play because you kind of pop through the roof. 34.5 is plus 560. To get to 38 points is 9-1. To get over 40.5 points is 14-1. And might as well, they did it last week, over 42.5 points is at 20-1.
Well, it's certainly a possibility. I mean, at the odds, it's a fun play.
Yes, and that's a fun way to play it. Yeah.
Right. And but at the same time, I think that like last week, you look at the baseline number, you say, wow. I mean, that they're definitely going over 23.5. So let's not forget. Let's not take the money that they're giving away. Let's not forget about that. As we reinvest in the exotic play. So I like Flowers over his total. I think Laporte is going to go over his total, but and the top play has to be the over 23.5 and the Lions point total.
We're looking at 50% chance of rain in Chicago with Dallas and the Bears. The over-under is 50. That is high. I'm going to say, though, if you had a fun game, and it's better if we had nice weather, if you had a fun game to pick from on the rest of the slate, I'm going to guess your pick would be Dallas. You might not have one, but my guess is that it would be Dallas and the Bears.
You're right on. Yes, that is. I mean, there's no second place in this competition.
I got a sneaky contrarian over under that you're going to shoot right down. I'm sure, but I'm going to make a case.
Well, the thing about this game, I mean, Dallas is the team that's going to dictate the point total in this game. And I just think Dallas is a very high-scoring team. They've already got some injuries on defense. I think Chicago I think Chicago is going to be a team that gets better offensively from week to week. That's just the way it is. You know, with this new coach coming in, he's so creative with things. He's got so many good ideas. Well, you're not going to put them all in 3 weeks of training camp or the first 2 weeks of the season. I just think that while they gave up a lot of points last week, it was somewhat encouraging, the fact that they did put up a fair amount of points in that game. They play a far weaker defense this week than they played last week. They're back at home. Their balloon kind of burst a little, so this becomes a bigger game for them. I just think anybody, any team in the league that sees Dallas coming in has got to be energized by the fact that, okay, big numbers game for us this week. Crying out loud, they couldn't stop the Giants last week. To me, this is a game where I think both Prescott and Williams have 3 touchdown potential in this game. I mean, yeah, both teams do have decent running games, but I think this is this is, in my mind, the highest scoring game on the board easily, and the total reflects it, mind you. The highest scoring game on the board easily among the Sunday, day games, and I just don't see how one team stops the other in this game. It's going to be very entertaining, and a game that could be similar to the Baltimore-Detroit game in terms of 34 all. Who's got the ball last? There's Aubrey kicking another 60-yard field goal, 37-34 Cowboys, and just sails way over even the high total.
It's 27-20 at halftime or something crazy like that.
And both teams have the passing weapons to make it a very quick score. Lamb is a TD waiting to happen. Ferguson's having a really good season at tight end, like he had a couple of years ago. And then
Odunze's having a good year.
Odunze's having a good season. Moore hasn't done much yet, but
he's going to break out. He's going to break out.
Yeah, they've got a couple of times. I mean, both teams have the passing weapons to, if the game's going to go into the 30s, 60 or 70 point score, you need a couple of 40, 50, 60-yard touchdowns. And I think in this game, where two below average, and that's very kind to Dallas defenses, I think that they're an accident waiting to happen, both these teams on the defensive side of the ball. I think both quarterbacks, I'm guessing the price is going to be pretty good on over 2.5 TD passes for both of these quarterbacks, and I'd take them both.
3-1 for Caleb, plus 270 for Dak. For 30-yard reception, DJ Moore plus 240, Odunze plus 190, Pickens plus 155, Lamb is the more likely of the Cowboy, plus 125 for that. Let's see here. We can get some 2-touchdown guys, right? In this game.
Well,
CDs plus 850, that pays good.
The good thing about Dallas's case is, you would think that would be Lamb, right?
Right.
But, all it takes is for, he knocked them out of bounds at the 2-yard line.
Right.
And then what's going to happen. Here's Williams up the middle for his 2 short touchdown runs. He's kind of become the Montgomery, of a high scoring team. And, a lot of that is luck. He might only get, 40 rushing yards in the game. But if they get the ball down by the goal line twice, guess what? He's getting 2 touchdowns. So, he'd be a guy who, you could get you 2.
All right, plus 500 for Javonte. All right, so basically a full green light here for everyone again. Ferguson, yes, nice year. Maybe a Ferguson-Odunze touchdown combination, since they're both so red hot, right? What does that pay? Just out of interest. Almost 7-1.
Yeah, see that? I mean, especially with Ferguson, you look at. I mean, this is the Wandale Robinson play of this game. The under the radar guy. I mean, yeah, everybody. Lamb is going to catch 12 balls for 160 yards and 2 touchdowns. But you know what? When they're not throwing the ball to him, they haven't thrown the ball that much. The Pickens, they've been throwing the ball a lot more to the to Ferguson.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why. Maybe it's because the other team is
Barreling down on Pickens.
Is having to guard the second receiver with better coverage, and they're leaving linebackers or strong safety or whatever to guard the tight end, because they've identified that as certainly a strategy so far. And that's why I thought Ferguson was a big fantasy pick last year, and then he disappointed. And I wish I had taken him this year.
I mean, that is the good thing about having 2 number 1 type of wide receivers on your team. I mean, a guy like Ferguson is going to find himself open often. I mean, right? 39.5
absolutely.
is the baseline for him. That sounds like a layup.
And not only that, but a quarterback who's fully capable.
He's smart. Yes.
Right. And it's not a team, while they do have a decent running back, it's not a team where, we got to give our running back 20 carries, so that's going to, limit the number of passes we're going to throw. No, you're going to see a lot of games this year where the quarterback is going to throw 40 passes, even 50. My prediction is Dak is going to lead the league in 50-yard attempt games this year. It's going to happen a handful of times. It just almost has to with this team, the way they're playing defense.
Let's see. Next game on the board would be trying to find another fun game. Do you want me to go ahead and give you the? Let me have you guess.
That's okay. I'll look for it.
What do you think is the contrarian fun game pick that could potentially happen? That I know you're going to shoot down the reasons why. I'll give it to you.
Well, knowing you, I think I have an idea what you're talking about. But okay, so here are my very quick thoughts on the other games and why I don't think it should be these games.
Okay.
Green Bay and Cleveland. Cleveland's been playing pretty good defensively.
Yep.
Green Bay's a good defensive team. No, that can't be it. Indy and Tennessee. I think Tennessee's better defensively than. I mean, they're at least average defensively. I think Indy's very overrated offensively. Going into Tennessee, I wouldn't be surprised if Tennessee wins this game. I think it's going to be a tight game, middle of the pack scoring. So that I wouldn't think it's that game.
No, that's not it. Okay.
Pittsburgh and New England, could very well be your game. Rodgers obviously has breathed some life into that team. New England, is a team that should be better offensively, and they're going to get their rookie going. I know New England's your team, so I'm going to leave the door open that's your game. The Jets and Tampa, the Jets with no Fields in this game, they're going to get blown out in this game.
I agree with that.
If I were a survivor player, there's no way Tampa's going to lose this game to the Jets when the Jets don't have their quarterback.
Right.
So I think we won't talk about this game, but Irving has to be one of the top plays this week in terms of getting the number of carries. You already see him getting far more carries than White, and this is a game where he should be carrying the ball a career high number of times. Atlanta and Carolina, I'm very disappointed in what Atlanta's turned into. Even though they played well enough to win their game, they won it with defense, and Carolina. Oh, I don't like anything about them at this point. So that's out. Houston and Jacksonville. I think Houston's defense is the better unit in this game. I like Jacksonville as an offensive team, but I'm scared of Houston's defense in this game. So that wouldn't be my game either. So that exhausts all the games. So if you want me to pick which one it is, I'm going to guess it's Pittsburgh and New England.
You missed the Bengals and the Vikings, which I'll give a chance to. We kind of talked about it earlier, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely would not pick that game. I mean, it's it's two good teams with two, with backup quarterbacks. I mean, as much as you'd like to say, well, Carson Wentz has some experience, there's a reason he's on his sixth team in 6 years. I mean, he will be no more than an average in this game. They're missing their top running back. People think that Mason's going to step right in, and no, I mean, he would step right in, yes, if they had all their passing weapons going, but they don't. I wouldn't want Jefferson on my fantasy team right now. I mean, yeah, they'll try to throw him the ball a lot. For your Cincinnati's defense, that's the one thing you have to take away in this game. Make them throw the ball to their other options. Make them run the ball with their backup quarterback. That's not a recipe for success. And I'd say the same thing on the other side of the ball is that, yeah, Browning's a better quarterback than Wentz, but Minnesota's defense is way better than Cincinnati's defense. And we kind of saw this late last season. When Minnesota gets their pass rush going, they can be a handful. When they get the pass rush going against a second-string quarterback, this could get really ugly for Cincinnati's offense. And so I just don't see where either team, is going to score a whole lot of points in this game. To me, the defenses will outplay the offenses in this game because neither team is going to trust their quarterback to do what the starting quarter. I mean, remember, we're talking about, especially in Cincinnati's case, you go from Browning's a decent backup, but you go from the best quarterbacks in the league basically to an average guy. That's a huge drop off. You're not going to run the same plays, especially against Minnesota's defense. So, I think that game goes from a very entertaining, tight, two good teams to basically the 49ers in Arizona. I mean, it becomes a very average. I don't want to watch this game. Please don't put it on in my market kind of game. Loses all of its glamour. So I'm definitely out on that game.
All right, let me work my way through this list, and then I'll give you the contrarian play last. Tampa Bay, I agree with you. That's pretty much a blowout. I tend to think the Colts and the Titans is an under type of game as well. So we'll just kind of put that where it is. Let's see. Atlanta, Carolina, absolutely. I just think Atlanta does the same kind of strategy we've kind of been talking about. Just do enough to win this game. We should be able to beat Carolina. We don't need to do anything fancy. Not that we can't do anything fancy, but we are 1-1. We should be able to beat Carolina. We just beat Minnesota. I'll give that Bengals-Vikings game a 50% chance of being good. I'm not going to say it's going to be fully good. It could just be just like how you said it plays out. But if injuries are the problem there defensively, then maybe just maybe they do get some points. I think the Pittsburgh-New England game in a month would be a higher scoring game just because of the growing pains that both of these teams are still going to have to endure a little bit on the offense. They'll both get better offensively as the season goes. I think that's a fair statement to say. You think that's fair?
I don't know. I don't know what to think about Rodgers.
Jury's still okay. Jury's out, right?
I'm surprised they've done as well offensively as they have so far, and I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of weapons there. I mean, Warren is certainly having a really good season, better than people would have projected. Maybe that has something to do with the Rodgers being there. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't see. I think Rodgers is going to have to turn back the clock and have a big, show his old form in order for that team to do real well offensively. And I mean, he's done well so far, but I don't know. I don't know that I would project that team to get better over the course of the season. I think they have a chance to get worse.
Yeah, okay, Roger that. So that's not going to be my higher scoring game. The one to me that has a chance to have a lot of points here is Green Bay and Cleveland. Okay, and I'll give you the reasons. And the reasons why I shouldn't be picking this are probably because of the injuries on offense to Green Bay, right? Because Kraft's probably out and Jaden Reed's gone through his issues. It's a good thing they do have wide receiver depth here for Green Bay. But I just think that the Browns here at 0-2, and although both their games have been somewhat defensive games until the Ravens were able to kind of run up the score there in the second half last week, I think they just kind of need to kind of change things up. And why do I just see a scenario? And we have that. We know. We're saying that the Green Bay defense is good, and Micah Parsons maybe is that difference maker. But what if just the old man Flacco here just kind of comes out slinging this ball down the field with a little bit of a change of pace? And when we talked about the nice weather earlier, I think this is where nice weather kind of comes into play for something like this to happen. It's 41.5. So right then and there, we're looking at the lowest total on the board, I think, of all the games right now. If I look through all of them, yes, we are tied for the second, or we're tied for the lowest. There's only one other 41.5, the Saints and the Seahawks. These two teams can put up more points than the Saints and the Seahawks. If you ask yourself, who's going to score more, the Saints or the Seahawks, the Packers or the Browns, I think everyone would say Packers and Browns. And I think Cleveland's going to force the hand a little bit here to make this somewhat of a higher scoring game. I think Flacco is going to try to push the ball down the field. If he has some success, if he gets Njoku involved, he gets Judy involved, he gets Tillman involved, then the Packers aren't going to have a choice but to try to score themselves. It's just nice enough weather where I think that the seasoned veteran Flacco, and I think Love is actually off to a really, really nice start. They've had plenty of rest. I just think that this has the makings to be one of those sneaky shootouts that we're not looking for. And that's mainly going to be because let's go back to this old game plan of when Flacco had success here, what were we doing? Well, we were throwing the ball for about 400 yards a game. So let's try to get back to that some and get this defense running sideline to sideline a little bit. Would be fools to try to run it up and down their throat. We don't have a running game anyway. So let's get back there and shotgun and just kind of start to sling this ball around the ballpark. And just by the virtue of that, you might get the same from the Packers. Yes, good defense by Cleveland, but I think we have enough athletes in the depth of Green Bay's offense here to still push the ball down the field as well. So that is my sneaky over-under of the day.
Yeah, my concern there is Green Bay's defense. Green Bay might have the best defense in the league.
Yeah, if they're the 86 Bears, yes, you can cancel it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little early to be drawing conclusions like this, but man, they look good defensively. And they brought in one guy. Is that really the difference? Well, yeah, sometimes the LeBron James theory. You bring in LeBron, you become a title contender. And so they brought in this difference maker on defense. They've been great on defense, and I think you could argue Cleveland is the worst offensive team in the league.
Right.
They don't have a whole lot of weapons. They've got this 40-year-old quarterback. And you're right. If Cleveland's defense can keep them in a game, then this guy's not going to lose it for them. He'll throw the short balls. They've got a couple of tight ends now. They can, they've got a young running back who, maybe will get better as the season goes along. They have the weapons to be a below average offense, but not a terrible offense, one that can keep them in low scoring games. And so I just, at this point, I can't imagine that they're going to come out with a game plan that says, all right, look, we don't trust our defense. We're going to have to wing it all over the ballpark with our 40-year-old guy with Micah Parsons chasing him down on every play. I don't, if Flacco were injured and now all of a sudden it was Gabriel or Sanders quarterbacking, and you realize that, oh man, we got no chance. We got this young quarterback. Let's wing it. Like, you mentioned at the end of last year, when they did that a lot. But I don't think Flacco's your man to play that way. And like I said, they've kind of created an offense here where we've got these two. I mean, we arguably have the best tandem of tight ends in the league, the way Shannon's been playing. Let's just ride this, new running back we got and throw the ball short to the tight end and move the chains because, we've got confidence in our defense. And like you said, Green Bay, yes, they have some depth at wide receiver, but, you no Watson, no Reed, no Kraft. I mean, at some point, you don't have a whole lot of, who's their backup tight end? Golden hasn't given them anything yet. It's Dobbs. Is he really going to be the guy that breaks this game open? I just don't. They can't be firing on all cylinders. And they got a workhorse running back that they can run and run and run and run. In a game like this, I don't know. I just think Green Bay goes into this game thinking, you know what, we can shut this team out. And so let's score our 17 points and know that if we do, we'll win this game by at least a touchdown.
Okay.
So,
fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, that's my feeling on this game.
All right. Prop wise of everything we just covered, then you mentioned Bucky. You like him. So Bucky Irving, a good game.
And Taylor. I mean, he too similar. You mentioned that you think he's going to win at Tennessee, and I think they will too. But I don't think it's any sure thing. And I just think that in a game that they go down there thinking we should win this game. Don't do anything stupid. Taylor had a monster game last week. He's certainly capable of putting up big numbers again. Jones faking the ball into the line and running it himself a handful of times. He looking at the schedule this week. I don't see why he's not the leading rusher among quarterbacks on a team that should run 30 to 35 times the way that I see it against an overmatched team. So I think that's, as far as touchdown scorers, they're probably, a favorite. But if you were looking for, give me 5 guys to score a touchdown this week, I'll put them all together. Maybe we get 15-1 out of it or whatever. But I'd put Taylor on that ticket, and I'd put Irving on that ticket.
And Walker to third on there as well?
Walker to third, definitely on there, yes.
So that gives us a little over 3-1.
I mean, I think you put, as in terms of, Gutless, the 5-man Gutless, they will score a touchdown. The 5 Gutless 5 running backs who are going to score a touchdown this week. You would put Jacobs, Taylor, Irving, Bijan Robinson, and Walker. Now, again, you may not even get 10-1 on that because some of these guys are going to be pretty heavy favorites.
Honestly, that's still a pretty good payout because you figure 3 or 4 of the 5 score anyway. Can you just get that last guy to score, maybe?
Right.
And
all are, Green Bay should win
8-1 is what you get.
Cleveland. Indy should win and control the game at Tennessee. Atlanta should win and control the game at Carolina. Tampa Bay is a lock to win and will control the game against the Jets. And Seattle, I don't want to say it's a lock to win, but should be a heavy favorite to win and control the game against New Orleans. So you got 5 teams that aren't necessarily high-scoring teams, but should all be expected to win, should all be in a position where, you know what, we're going to be ahead. We got a bell cow. Let's keep handing to Jacobs. Let's keep handing to Irving. Let's keep handing to Bijan. Let's keep handing to, the other 2 guys that I mentioned, and Taylor, and the other one being Walker. I mean, in all 5 of them, you could see 10 carries in the second half in a game where the team's ahead by 10 points and grinding it out. And then if they score one more touchdown, that's the guy who gets it. So I think they're all in good situations where, me, I like to look at number of touches. And I think all of these guys will be double-digit, perhaps some high double-digit number of carries on a team that should win. If that's not a buy sign for a touchdown, then I don't know what is.
Okay, so Taylor, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker III, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs, Bijan Robinson, all that pays 8-1. Now,
Yeah, and that's,
no, that's fine.
Super,
Yep.
That's not a super attractive price, but like you said, the way that I see it, within a quarter and a half of the morning games, you're going to have Irving and Taylor and Jacobs all having scored touchdowns. And now it's like, all right, well, now I'm getting 8-1. If I can just get Bijan and get Walker, Bijan playing another morning game, so I just need Bijan to score one touchdown this morning, and then I'll be all set. That it'll all come down to 8-1 on Walker to get his touchdown in the afternoon. Then all of a sudden, now you're looking at a nice price. Now, okay, Walker, 8-1 on you to score a touchdown. I'll take that. And so that to me is going to be comforting. It's going to, I think, right off the bat, you're going to get your first guy in and your second guy in pretty quickly. Maybe even your third guy in pretty quickly. Instead of having to worry about, will all 5 of these guys score? Well, you know what? 3 of them are already in. And it's West Coast, not even 11 a.m. yet. I like this ticket. Exactly.
And I'm going to take this a couple different paths, and we'll just wrap it up with this because I think we have plenty of good stuff. We'll do a quick review of the main stuff we talked about earlier, but I think we have enough good stuff. So Taylor, Walker III, Irving, Jacobs, Robinson. First of all, so since we're playing this game, yes, 8-1's nice, but let's bet them all for 2. Do a round robin. That way, if we get 3 of them, we're going to get a nice little payout. And if we get 4 of them, then we're going to rock it out good. And then, you can't chalk up all 5 for not doing it, to be honest. So if you do that, you'll hit a jackpot. But let's go 1 touchdown players. Let me add to this list. I know you don't like doing more than 4 to 5 guys, but let me see if I can convince you on a couple of players as the odds grow bigger now. We can make this bet 13-1 if we add McCaffrey.
It's anytime touchdown, right? So
yes.
Even if he catches one?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. The only reason I don't like that game is because I see this being a toss-up kind of game. And so I'm not sure he's going to get the number of touches that the other guys will, but kind of McCaffrey already does. So, all right. I'll reluctantly say okay.
Okay, yeah. Remember, we're playing we already have the other ticket. Now we're just trying to get a little greedy. Okay. We'll add Javonte Williams. We're now up to 25-1.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay. And then this is where the super greed that takes over. Let me see if I can think. Oh, Pacheco. We got to put him on the list, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't throw in some of these other guys who are already on other tickets.
Right.
So,
but now 72-1 with Pacheco. So we now have 7, 6, 7, 8 guys. Yes, that's asking a lot.
Yeah, right.
But 72-1, right? It's worth a $5 bill, maybe. Okay, let me just get super greedy one last time. This is where we get the line drawn, to be honest. But we said we liked it. Let's blow these odds up through the roof, and we'll throw on Marcus Mariota. Plus 260 on top of all this. And now $10 wins $2,600.
Yeah,
That's good, right?
Well, the price does. I mean, I think you're a little carried away here.
Right.
Being, picking 8 guys who are going to score touchdowns. I
9
mean, 5
guys.
is even. You know how it is. I mean,
Yes.
3 of the 5 are going to be easy. You're going to sweat out the 4th one, and then you're going to get it. Then the 5th one just, it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't come in. But to go to a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th guy, I've learned a long time ago in this game. It's quality over quantity.
All right, Dave. I'm 0-2 in fantasy. I pick up the Chargers and play Corum for my benches. I've lost narrow games, so it's not like I've been getting blown out or it's anything alarming. I think I've lost by a combined 8 points, maybe 9 points. So relatively close at the end of the day. Are you 2-0? Are you off to a good start here?
Well, yes and no. 2-0, yes. Off to a good start, no. I've been very lucky the first 2 games. In fact, this last week it came down to, if you remember at the end of the Tampa game, Tampa, drives down the field, and I think they completed a pass, I want to say, and the guy runs out of bounds at the 2-yard line. And it's like, oh, no. I mean, the only way I can lose right now is if Irving scores a touchdown. And now it's, they've been passing the ball down the field. And now they're at the 2-yard line and they have a timeout or two. Now they could run them twice. And I lose, if he scores a touchdown. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. That's number 1 who's playing running back. I got White in there. Oh, thank goodness. And then I think they even ran it once with him and he didn't make it. Oh, goodness. And then they kept him in there. I think they gave it to him a second time and he scored. I don't remember exactly what happened there, but it was like, after all this work all day long, and then you get to the last game and basically the last play, and you think you've got it, and then something happens where you've got to be kidding. I could lose this. And all they got to do is hand the ball to Irving right here, and he scores, and I lose.
Yeah.
But they hand it to White. White goes in, I win. And so, it's been that kind of thing for two straight weeks. My team hasn't really blossomed yet. But the first week, I had McCaffrey and Henry, and nobody else scored. But they did so well that it carried me, and I won. Got lucky, and I won. This week it was kind of the opposite. McCaffrey didn't do much. Henry didn't do anything. But yet I had Goff, and Goff had a monster game. I'm trying to think of my receivers, which ones did well. But I had Aubrey. Without him, I'm 0-2. My scores have been
right, yeah,
2 really good games. So, but that's kind of been the, I knew going in, I've got, my first 2 picks were running backs, and 2 good ones, and so a lot of it was going to come down to that. The first week that was correct. They both did well. It carried the whole team. And last week, I guess if there was a positive, it was that neither one of them did well, and I was still able to hold on and win. So, I think I'm, I have Rice waiting in the wings, and hope that, and like I said, I've got my running backs all set. And once I add him to my receiving core, and I got Warren at tight end. He's done really well. So I think I'll have a very solid team, once he's in there. But, I'm looking forward to a better week all the way around this week. And yet this week's a crazy week. Like I said, you've got all these backup quarterbacks playing. And in fact, I think my opponent has Daniels, and he has no backup. And so I'm very curious. I was looking at the waiver wire to see who he's going to pick up. In a 10-team league, there's some good options. Mariota is certainly one of them. But he could pick up Browning, and he could pick up. There's even some regular starting quarterbacks who weren't picked. So I'm curious to see where he goes because he's got a good team. He's got Lamb, and he's got a second really good receiver. I mean, that's where the strength of his team is. So we'll see. He's 2-0. I'm 2-0, and early showdown. And so my team's up to it.
Tyreek Hill did decent for me on Thursday, at least. He got a score, got a few catches. That
was nice. And like I said, the minutes I was, I was encouraged. I don't have any Dolphins on my team this year. Oh no, I do. Excuse me. I should take that back because I have Gordon as stashed on my bench just in case. I was first time I've really watched him quite a bit. Man,
he's big.
Good.
He's big. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that team can remind you of the Lions in the sense that they've got Tyreek Hill, a real number one receiver. When they use Waddle, like they did toward the end of that game, and he was moving the chains for him. He's a guy that should be catching 6 or 7 short balls every game. Why are they waiting for 4th and 5 to throw the ball, the 6-yard out pattern to him that's been open the whole game, and then, then they've got these 2 running backs. They've got this little guy who runs like crazy, and then they've got this big guy, Gordon. Where the heck did he come from?
Well,
He looks like Montgomery.
Everyone's been saying that the first 2 games, but then I heard the stats that the Dolphins before the game on Thursday had 0 offensive plays inside the 5-yard line. Oh, well, that's where he's been on the sideline.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, no doubt. They've been in total disarray those first 2 games. And I was wondering how bad they were going to need to be beaten in this game in order to fire the coach. A lot of people were projecting it, but they're playing at Buffalo, not like they had to win to save the coach's job, even though a lot of the stupid commentators were if they lose this game, he's going to be fired. They're playing at Buffalo. Of course they're going to lose this game. They lose 41-3. Okay, they might fire him. They lose 31-21. I'm not going to fire him. And sure enough, they actually looked organized. They moved the ball. I mean, I'm not surprised. I haven't seen the headline that they fired him. I can't believe they would fire him after that performance. They actually looked like they were competent. Let's see what happens in their next game. Now they could fall flat in the next game, and then he's probably gone. But I don't think they're in that position.
They played the Jets on the Monday night at home.
Well,
so there you go.
Then there you go. I mean, there's your game where you could say they lose that game, he's gone. I don't care how much they lose. They lose that game, they go 1-4, and he's gone. But they
off the rest
really should win that game.
They should actually looking ahead. That looks like one of the better plays of the week. Okay, so we're going to share the ticket of love on some of this stuff. We'll spread it around. But Genty rushing 59.5. His receiving number as well. We'll look at some Debo rushing yards.
Well, Debo is definitely
he's an alpha play.
I would say Debo and Pacheco's rushing total, and Mondale Robinson's receiving total. I mean, those 3 have to, I would say would be my top 3 plays. I think that Prescott and Williams over
Right.
over 2.5 touchdowns
Right.
should be considered in there as well. And Mariota running the ball,
Yep.
I think, is another guy that should be in there as well. So, and Genty's receiving, as you mentioned. So, I mean, there's to me an unattractive ticket. I would focus on the Lions in Baltimore, Kansas City
Right.
and the Giants, Dallas and Chicago, and the Raiders in Washington. Surprisingly, not a game where I would expect it, but the numbers dictate there. Mariota could very well get it.
Well, our strategy is between the 20s. Yeah. The strategy
So,
there between the 20s. We're not looking
Yeah.
for the gold at the end of the rainbow. Just move the sticks, boys, and then kick your field goal. We're fine with that in that game. Yep. And then other like Laporta, you mentioned that, Flowers, Bucky Irving, maybe some of the alpha running backs as well.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
we got this running back 2 touchdown or even
Right.
1 touchdown ticket, whatever you want to do with it. But yeah, that's I really don't have a whole lot of interest in these games. But all right, throw me Taylor and Irving and Walker and
Jacobs and Robinson.
Jacobs and Robinson.
It's worth your $2,500 to win 200 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
right, and that right.
Have some
And
fun.
That just keeps me watching the scroll across the bottom of the screen, and look, Atlanta scored. I wonder how they got that touchdown.
Yeah,
Great, it was Robinson. Okay, check that one off. So, yeah, that's enough of an interest in those games. I'm focusing on the. Well, of course, one of them Sunday night and one of them is Monday night. So, there's not that much. 49ers. We'll see the 49ers game out here, so we definitely won't see the Dallas-Chicago game. But I presume we'll see the Raider game. We usually do when we get an opportunity and the 49ers aren't playing.
Yeah. So they'll give you the Raiders over the Rams at 1:00.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Up here, definitely.
The Rams will be a Fox game probably. I mean, could you get both of those games at one time, right? Or will they give you the double window at 4:00?
Usually, yeah.
Or later.
I mean, usually
Okay.
they don't give you 2 games in the morning because they have a big game in the afternoon.
Right.
And they don't want to bump up. This happened last week. I couldn't believe they did it. I don't remember exactly the schedule last week, but there was a really good game going on in the morning. Maybe it was the Giants and the Dallas.
Right.
That ended, because whatever game I was watching, and it was 49er game. Okay, it was in the morning. It ended. And then, they had this big game in the afternoon, Kansas City and Philly last week, right?
Right.
And so it's like, okay, we're leading into that game. We're certainly not going to miss the kickoff of that game. But in the meantime, we'll show you some exciting finishes. And here, let's go watch Dallas and the Giants for a little while until we go to Kansas City. And that game turned out to be so great. And Aubrey making the field goal at the end of regulation. Well, we got to stick around for overtime, right? No. Kansas City's kicking off. We're all here to watch the Kansas City-Philly game. Why are we watching the Giants and Dallas? Well, you know what? The game's actually fun. This is entertaining. Oh, my God, you see that pass? Oh, Wilson, you got to be kidding me. He threw a punt right to the Dallas, and then they kicked the field goal. It ends up going to the last play, the full 10 minutes. And by the time they flipped on the Kansas City-Philadelphia game, it was like 7 minutes into the game. It's like your biggest game of the year. And somebody decided we needed to see Dallas and the Giants, not even on our schedule. But you know what? In retrospect, I applaud that. I enjoyed watching him. But again, we didn't miss much in the Kansas City game. Heck, we didn't miss much that whole game. That game was kind of boring. So, all right. Well, anyway, yes, that's our schedule out here. We're going to see the Raiders and the Commanders.
So they don't give you a 2-game option at either block, or they do?
Well, they definitely won't put up a game against the 49ers.
Interesting. Okay.
That game goes so low, regardless of when it's played. Now that the Raiders aren't here anymore, it opens up the second block to the point where they wouldn't put a second game up against the Raiders normally. They wouldn't, almost always they wouldn't schedule the 49ers and Raiders to play at the same time. I mean, that's just the way it was. You can't always do this, but one team would play in the morning and one team would play in the afternoon. Or one team would play in the afternoon and one team would play at night or Monday or Thursday, whatever it is. They mixed it up so that the 49ers and Raiders, who would normally both play in the afternoon, so there were only maybe 2 times all year where they were both playing, so that we could watch, maximum ratings. On the morning game, it's the Raiders. In the afternoon game, it's the 49ers. And you get your big ratings that way, right? But this year, because the Raiders aren't here anymore, they're no longer married to the Raiders. So if they had a big game in the morning, you would still, out here, you still get a bigger viewership on the Raiders and Commanders this week than you would on the biggest morning game, Cincinnati, Minnesota, or Rams and Philly, I guess would be the biggest morning game, right? Still, more people would want to watch the Raider game. So that's the TV people are smart. They'll go for the ratings. They'll go for the Raiders game, and they won't put up another game against it. So that's generally the way it works. But because the Raiders aren't, we're not married to the Raiders anymore, then the
more flexibility, right?
Put a second game up against it. Now I don't know what channel. Again, the Philly Rams game is a marquee game, but it's NFC East hosting, and the Raiders Washington game is NFC East hosting. So I mean, there's a very good chance that both those games are on Fox. And if that's the case, then obviously we can't see them both. They give us ratings.
So we have our dynamic's very interesting. We get the Commanders no matter what. We get the Ravens no matter what. Even if they're at the same time, they'll be on the different channels. And then if we'll always get a second option to so if they're both playing at 1 o'clock, we'll usually just get the game of the week at the 4 o'clock window, whatever that is. If one of them's playing at 4, the later window at 4, and one's playing at 1 p.m., then it defaults to Steelers. I would say it was 1B, and then everything AFC West, AFC East after that on CBS. And then if it's on Fox, if it's the odd man out, then we go Cowboys or Eagles usually in that order. Cowboys probably first. But you'll get some Phillies and some Giants on here too. So mainly the 2 NFC East, AFC East, and the Steelers, automatically Ravens, and automatically Commanders no matter what. Okay. Interesting. While we're talking TV now, put your bets in, people. First wild card Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Houston Texans or the Cincinnati Bengals will be in that window. Okay, Dave. Thanks a lot, man. Good luck, and we'll talk next week.
All right, great.
All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
She's on the wall, I'm thinking of. That's for the night of Maggie May. Where do I sell? What do I say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Live in the beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Live in the beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Live in the beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles out.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, this is the Round Robin here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. It is just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dave Del Grande, fabulous as ever. We hope we got plenty of good angles for you guys in that regard. And if you need to rewind to some of that, after we're done here with the picks, go ahead and rewind a little bit. Came up with some pretty nifty things. I'll be interested to get the Nephew Dave take on a few of those myself here when we get to his game. Good morning, Nephew Dave.
Morning, sir. Happy Sunday.
We are doing the round robin here from our lovely Chicks Beach studios in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. All right, Nephew Dave, good job to you. How about Josh Allen getting to his 25th yard on Thursday night when it was all seemingly doom and gloom, maybe, and then not even a kneel down. Let's kick a field goal and pack this home. You didn't have to worry about Josh Allen losing that -1 yard to get off your 25-yard rushing prop on Thursday night. So success for you. Congrats on that win, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, that's a good one to get on the board, and never say die, I guess, because crazier shit can happen.
That always seems to happen when you least expect it in a fury. I mean, it's happened like that with me. I mean, I needed Naz Reid for 15 points, and he had 2 points with 5 minutes left in the basketball game, and he went on a 13-0 run by himself, Dave, in a playoff game, in which was a risk-free $100 bet. And I think $6,000 is what the payout was.
Wow.
Yeah, it was Naz Reid for 15, Karl Anthony Towns for 25, and Anthony Edwards for 30. And the other two had theirs. Great moments in gambling history, Dave, is recall. If you're of the older generation listening to the show, I wonder if Dave remembers any of this. I'm wondering if he's young enough just to barely not remember these. But if you were an 80s football fan, you had the fantastic finishes by Alcoa at the 2-minute warning at the end of the football game. As Alcoa can't wait. I think Alcoa was an insurance company back in the day. And it was the old school greatest, great moments in gambling history, basically. The guy kicking the 63-yard field goal with half a foot The holy roller play, I think, if you recall that, I believe that was the Chargers and Broncos, maybe. No, Chargers and Raiders, I think, where the Chargers fumbled it forward into the end zone. But it's all like the fantastic finishes. There you go. Fantastic finish by Josh Allen for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And also, nephew Dave, you're super stoked because you got Capitals hockey tonight. How
Yes,
about
sir. A little preseason, 5 p.m. Be cool to see some names, some guys coming out of camp who are trying to make the big roster. So it'll be cool. I think, Steve, speaking on that for a second, I think the Caps are going to be fine, man. Not too many losses, not too many additions. So I'm excited for that to get going.
So I guess we're not too far away from doing what the puck is going on.
That's right. That's right.
Which is our coverage of the National Hockey League, which I don't know, Dave. I listen to some hockey content, and considering we're not the professionals in the sport, at least as far as news journalists go, I think we cover the sport as good as anybody.
Yes, sir.
And with our wagering advice too, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we had a very productive playoffs, so I mean, we're gonna ride the fire off of that into the new year.
Yeah, it is not rare to not win it. By the time we'll win a ticket and we'll lose some, then we'll win another one, and within that range, usually, you don't really miss a beat. In fact, I'm going strictly hockey. There's no NBA or college basketball for me. I might do the fun college basketball. At the beginning, I like to take the 10-point underdogs and make them 10-point favorites, for ridiculous, amounts of money and real tiny round robin parlays. So I'll probably do a little bit of that just because it costs literally $5 to try to win $100,000.
Right.
And you never know with college basketball kids out of the gate. So we'll probably play a little bit of that. But National Hockey League team goals will be something we'll be on top of.
Well, also, Steve, speaking of funky finishes, if you recall how we won that 1 goal scorers with the Panthers game with Losterinen.
Oh, yes. That two goals in the last 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, yep. And that empty netter from probably 150 feet away. He was in his own zone when he fired that.
Yes, like on the boards too, if I remember correctly.
I mean, that was just, for NFL terms, a Hail Mary pretty much.
And who's the guy who scored right before him?
I'd have to look at that ticket again, but
it was an Oiler, right?
I think so.
It was the Oiler guy,
which made the game a little bit more tight, so you knew the goalie was coming out,
right?
But Steve, I mean, going back to the way that ticket hit on Thursday night, it happens. Sometimes all hope is lost. Don't give up on it just yet. Here comes a funky finish.
And the Ant-Man is 2-0 on Thursday nights.
Yeah.
Actually 3-0.
Yeah.
Because we started week 3. So he is 3-0 on Thursday night as the Ant-Man. How about that? The show record, now if we count the staff, I mean, we're 2-0. If I'm going by my own personal record myself, 1 win, no losses, and a push. So we're off to a decent start here. And week 3 can be as tricky as ever. As you, if you listen to me and Del Grande talking, there's landmines all over the place. Do you feel that about that generally this week, Dave?
Yeah, yes, I do, Steve.
Scoring down a bit, maybe.
I think there are some games that we can actually probably fire some under tickets, Steve. But as I mentioned, we always like to talk off air a little bit. Maybe this week less is more, Steve. We'll have to see what we find when we come to these games. But yes, I do feel that as well.
I do have some under tickets just to ensure
that
that's what's going to happen. I think you're wise to. Honestly, you should play an under ticket every week.
Yeah.
As a strict insurance policy for everything else.
Yes.
Because if nothing's going right, maybe you're doing really good. Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to have that insurance.
I'll go through a few of these when I get to them. Let me see. And we've solved our internet issues in the studio with our sports books not getting recognized. You with the brilliant idea of switching browsers, which is never a bad thing if things are going wrong. That makes all the sense in the world, right? And now we can see all our bets.
Yes.
I wish I could put this live on the screen and scroll through it. Since we're talking unders, Dave, and I did a little new approach to things here with a little first half round robin. And I'm gonna just name, this is a little teaser for all you people, since we're talking about points being at a premium, and we'll get to Survivor Pool here in 1 second with the updated lines, and then we'll go through the whole list. But first half under, all these teams under 14.5 points in the first half. Okay, Atlanta and Carolina, Raiders and Commanders, Colts and Titans, Houston and Jacksonville. Now, all of those are plus 360 or plus 390. So, obviously, those are long odds. But I think we see more scoring in the second half than we would in the first half. That just seems like what happens a lot of times in the NFL to me.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So, I have all that, and I have one sneaky alternate over. Dave Delgrandy hates this pick. But I'm going to make a weird case for it because I don't think the Browns have any choice but to try to make it a shootout with Green Bay.
Yeah, I have to. Have to.
So I got over first half, 30.5 points and plus 450 there. So a little first half round robin if everything's looking bleak. Dave, I could be a good $5,000 winner by halftime. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, that would be excellent.
Okay. My Survivor pick is in. The Bills, we're in the house. I don't need to worry about it for today, but if I had to do it and there's one pick on the board that I needed to do, I think I would I'd be tempted to take Tampa Bay at home, like Dave Delgrandy says. I don't think I want to do that. I think I would take.
I know mine. Ooh.
I think I would take Atlanta.
All right.
This is a good week to take Atlanta to me. Which one's yours?
So two bigger money prize pools. I got home with Buffalo, so I was kind of on the same track with you, Steve.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
And then it's that strategy that I'm trying to play here that we've talked about, and I'm trying to get some of these maybe more questionable teams out of the way, even though they're looking good early. Definitely some losable games here, Steve. This one makes me a little nervous, but they've shown me just enough so far to try and get home with them, and that's going to be the Indianapolis Colts, Steve, at the Tennessee Titans.
Maybe it's time to take the Colts.
Get that team out of the way. They're going to lose somewhere down the line.
I kind of like the Titans to cover the spread in that game a little bit. I'm staying away from this game for the most part. I got me a piece of Jonathan Taylor for 2 touchdowns because we talked about it in the last segment with Delgrandy. This is of all the days to take 2 touchdown scores, Dave, just take the alpha dog running backs.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's Taylor, that's Bucky Irving, that's Kenneth Walker III, because there's no Charbonnet today either. That would be also Jacobs on that list. He has.
Yep.
And the other one was, let's see, Taylor, Bucky, Kenneth Walker. It's not McCaffrey, although he should be on there. It's not Pacheco. No, maybe it is Pacheco. I think Pacheco is the other one he has. And then, Jacobs. Okay. So, could be a day for the running backs. We'll say that kind of right off the bat. I think it was this time last week when we said, could we have a lot of points again? Now, we have nice weather too, Dave.
Right.
Everywhere again. So that's number one. So let's not be shocked if these games turn into shootouts. Okay. Do you want to go through the odds and just give me a Survivor worthy if you think so?
All right.
Here are our latest lines, hot off the presses. And I'll update them here on the ticker.
All right. We'll start off with Green Bay in Cleveland. Your number there is 41.5 with the -8.5 for the Packers. If you want to use the Packers,
that's up to 8.5 now?
That's up to 8.5.
All right.
If you want to use the Packers, you could. Man, I feel like just as good as that team is, you want to hold on to them.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would find different plays.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
The Jets at the Buccaneers, over under 43.5, minus 6.5 for the Bucs at home, Steve.
Okay.
Tempting to take Tampa in that spot as well.
All right.
Atlanta is in Carolina, over under here 44.5, with the Falcons at a minus 5.5 at this point.
So this total is going up a point.
It has gone up a little bit.
Okay.
Probably better plays. You could take the Falcons, I think. Rams at the Eagles. No survivor here. Good game. Over under 45.5, with the Eagles getting 3.5, minus 3.5 for them.
So we have big line movement there because we've gone up a point and now down to 3.5. Okay. Next.
All right. The Colts, that's who I'm taking in one of them, is in Tennessee. You're over under here 43.5, with the Colts at a minus 5.5 number.
All right. So that line's moved up since this morning. A full point.
Yep.
Okay.
Raiders are in Washington.
Man, this makes me want to take all the dogs. Why? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I got Titans, Rams. All right, keep going.
Over 43.5. That's the number over under, and Washington at a minus 2.5 number there.
So that number is going into the Raiders' favor.
Yes.
That's dropped from 3. Okay. Interesting. All right, next.
All right, Steelers are in New England taking on the Patriots. Your number there, 44.5. Look at this, Steve, with the Steelers only minus 1.5.
All right, no line movement there. Okay.
Good game, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Cincinnati's in Minnesota taking on the Vikings. Your number there, 41.5, with a minus 3 for the Vikings.
Okay, so we dropped a point in this game. Okay,
Yep.
next.
Houston taking on Jacksonville. Man, you think they got to have this one. Your number here, 43.5, with a minus 1.5 going to the Jaguars.
All right, no line movement there. That's good to know.
Saints, they are in Seattle taking on the Seahawks. Your number there, 41.5, with a minus 7.5 for the Seahawks.
No movement there. Okay.
Broncos are in LA taking on the Chargers. Your number 45.5, Steve, with a minus 2.5 going to the Chargers.
Okay, so a little bit of money coming on the Broncos as that drops to 3. That makes me like the Chargers even more.
Me too.
To be honest, especially if I'm going to win that bet straight up,
right?
With a field goal, that half point absolutely matters in this game. We joke the closing line value sometimes, not in that game, you know.
Right, right. Maybe the shootout of the day. The Cowboys are in Chicago taking on the Bears. Your number there, 49.5, with a minus 1.5 for the Cowboys.
Actually down from 50.5 a little bit. Okay, next.
Cardinals taking on the 49ers. That should probably be a pretty good game as well. 44.5 is your number here, with a minus 2.5 for the Niners.
Okay.
Tonight,
no movement there.
Sunday night football. The Chiefs taking on the Giants. I'm not even sure what to think of this. Chiefs are in some hot water here. 44.5 is your number, with a minus 6 for the Chiefs.
All right, so money coming in on Kansas City a little bit. We need to get my man Nick Athen on here one of these weeks.
Right.
So I need to catch up with him. Okay.
And then ending things off Monday night. What a game this will be.
Yeah.
The Lions taking on the Ravens in Baltimore. 53.5 is your total. Baltimore at home minus 4.5.
It's a fantastic game.
Really
that's,
is.
That's the green light special, as we call it.
Oh, yes.
Fire on it all. And the Lions are, 20-1 odds, Dave, the Lions score over 42 points against Baltimore.
Really? Wow. That game could see, that game could see some points.
That game, we could get into the 80s in that game.
Yes.
That would not shock me if that game's 37, 34.
Yeah, I mean,
higher than that. Fun game. All right. let's try to find the other ones. Well, interesting to see what your take is, Dave, on these as we'll go down the list. Let me clear out my betting ticket I have going on here. Real quick, this is a Steve steroided up anytime touchdown scorer. If you want to jot these names down, nephew Dave, $5 wins you 1,700. We got to run the gamut here, but it's Jonathan Taylor, all for one. Kenneth Walker. It's Bucky Irving. It's Josh Jacobs. It's Bijan Robinson. It's McCaffrey. It's Javonte Williams. It's Isaiah Pacheco. I know. And Marcus Mariota.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
I don't hate it. That's for sure.
All right. So let me clear that out.
That's your running back ticket, pretty much. Besides,
Yeah, all those running backs are heavy favorites.
Absolutely.
to score. So I think that ticket's very live, as ridiculous as it sounds, with 9 players on there. All right. Top of the list, Dave. I got the Commanders and the Raiders. Here we are, your Washington team. I mean, I guess it's no different than the speech last week when you gave the State of the Union of your Washington Commanders. But here they are, first game on my list. They're hosting the Raiders. I see now a 3 and 43.5 as well. So fun game, no weather issues here. Marcus Mariota in against Geno Smith. So this is an interesting one, Dave.
It is.
Give me a Geno Smith interception for sure in this game.
All right. On there.
And then I like your boy Mariota to run all day. We talked about this in depth with Bill Grandy, probably more so than any game. Debo for his rushing yards, Genty with his rushing yards and his receiving yards, both over today. So I'm interested to see the angle that you're going to take. But go ahead first and give me your State of the Union of the Commanders.
State of the Union, Steve. At least for me, I'm still feeling good. The Raiders, it should be a good game. I don't think they blow the doors off of them, but I think at the end of the day they can win. Mariota is 100% capable of standing in for a couple games. Should it end up being that for Jaden Daniels, so. Washington feels as if, they have 2 starters in that room. We saw Mariota. He came and stood in 2 games. They weren't starts, but he played most of those 2 games. And he did very well, Steve. So very similar style. So the offense doesn't really have to change a whole lot. So, Steve, I don't think there's really any cause for concern. Yeah, it's a bummer to lose Eckler, but I think Krosky Merritt was going to take over that job at some point this season anyway. Just that's the kind of usage for Eckler, third down, passing back. I don't think the plan was to keep him running back 1 full time. So we'll see what Merritt can do. He had a good preseason. He runs hard. So, Steve, I think we're in good shape. And I think they squeeze it out today.
All righty. I think a good game, Dave. And I think it's just kind of like you said. Let's squeeze it out, get the win. And Mariota, you said it perfectly. He's just going to be a serviceable quarterback who's exactly the same style as the starter. Right?
Right.
So, let's look at the passing numbers. 204.5 for Mariota, 245.5 for Geno Smith. For them to get 3 touchdowns today passing, you'll get paid. Plus 410 for Geno Smith, plus 580 for Mariota. So those are both underdogs for happening. I'm going to pass on all that.
Yeah.
I mentioned I like the Debo rush yards, which are at 4.5 right now. 4.5 is his rushing total. How does Debo Samuel not get 4.5 yards rushing?
God, I wish I could play that.
Alternate number is at 10 yards or more at plus 178 today. The Genty number is 59.5. Del Grande loves that. Receiving prop wise, when are we going to see Terry? 45.5. Does Terry break it out a little bit today, Dave?
You know what? I think he is due. If there is anybody who is due, it's him. Now we're 3 games in. Maybe he's going to start to try and find the stride. You know, he had to lock out, so didn't practice much through camp and all that. So figure he's going to be a little bit behind, as good as an athlete as he is. So yeah, Steve, I could definitely see that today. I would push his number up to 60. It's a plus number. So yeah, Steve, I think we're on Terry watch here at some point.
Yeah, he's going to show up one of these games. Why not against the Raiders? I think I'm undervaluing McLaurin a little bit today myself. And Mariota might be like, I got you, man. I'll get you off the hook.
Yep.
You know?
Yep, absolutely.
And Debo's been having a fine season as well. He's 45.5. Jacoby Myers, good season for him, 62.5. Ertz, 32.5. Genty just 12.5. As Del Grande loves my call to get Genty out into to the flats. Pete Carroll style. Let's get this big guy some room, get him the runs. Pete's smart enough to throw him the ball here eventually. So that's going to come. Trey Tucker's 26.5 for the touchdown scorers today. And I like to do the team points. Let me see. If I forget these people, pardon me, because it's hard to cover exactly every little single thing. But the Raiders are 20.5 for their team total. Washington is 23.5. And you can always play with alternate numbers for those and for like the first half as well. I'm seeing alternate numbers on first half spreads and totals. You want to make some money, bet a team to win by 7 points in the first half.
Right.
You get great odds. So play around with some of that stuff. In fact, would it shock you if it was 13-3 Washington at halftime or something like that?
Not at all. Not at all.
So if you did that today, this, when I tell you something, I'd like to give you a lesson. So let's just use this game as a lesson for this. But the first half alternate handicap I see today for Washington minus 9.5 is at plus 320 to win in by 10 points at halftime. That's a nice price.
Absolutely.
That's a nice price. And you get plus 520 for minus 11.5. That's just, you get to do basically you're rooting for 3 touchdowns against 1 touchdown.
Yep.
Or 2 against 0, almost in a way. It's like a tennis match. Can I get them in straight sets?
Right.
But you're getting paid sweet odds for it. So pay attention to some of those if you guys want to. On a day like today, that's not the worst way to approach things and reevaluate everything at halftime.
Right. Absolutely.
And fire live. So, and maybe you get some money. But, I told you I got under 14.5. And we think some of these games are going to be duds.
Right.
I just don't know where the points come from the Raiders, to be honest. They did not look good here in the last 2 weeks to me. They had good enough to beat New England with 20 points on the board. 9 points at home to the Chargers. I get it. The Chargers are a good defense. I picked them up in fantasy. I can't believe they were available, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, no kidding.
And Corum. I picked up Corum as his carries go up for the Rams. So 2 pickups for me in fantasy. So the Raiders don't look good to me, Dave. I think it's just as you said. I think if you want to bet a correct score of this game, you could bet something like 24-10.
Yeah. And you know what, Steve? You're mentioning how they're not looking too good in your eyes. And I think that game against New England, I think your boys maybe just got in their own way a little bit. Definitely a winnable game for them there. So, yeah, Steve, they maybe should be 0-2.
Right. It'll be interesting. We'll get to that game. That's an interesting game. One of the more interesting ones on the board.
Right.
Okay, let's move on. Falcons minus 4.5 at Carolina. This is boring NFC South football. So me and Dave Del Grande have a thing where we talk about the NFC West and the AFC West teams like he's our West Coast expert, right? That you're recalling that, which he's knowledgeable to everything, not just those areas. But the moral of the season so far, or the synopsis, is that it's boring football. If the Chargers are the best teams, if the Chargers are the best team in the AFC West and NFC West combined, That's some boring football.
Right.
Think of it that way, So they play teams in the NFC South, which lead to even more boring games. So here we go. NFC South boring football with the Falcons and the Panthers. -4.5, 43.5. I like the Falcons to win this game exactly the way that we just said with the with the Commanders.
Yep.
And probably a lower scoring game. So that's a nice little money line parlay maybe with the Falcons and the you know what? I'm going to come up with a little 1 o'clock straight up parlay here. In fact, I can do this. Don't log me out on this book. Let's start clicking some numbers. We'll throw Washington on there, and we'll throw on the Falcons. And right now, that pays plus 136 for those teams straight up. What we didn't do is 2 touchdown madness, Dave.
Yes, yeah. Oh, interesting, real quick, Steve.
Yeah.
Also, I was putting Deebo Samuel into a rush ticket here.
Yep.
I had him 15 plus yards. And it was at like plus 320 or something like that. It live just dropped to 249.
Oh, wow. Dave, you just said his name as I'm clicking touchdown madness. Why don't we start it off with a semi-ringer and Deebo Samuel at 18-1?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we'll put Deebo Samuel on the 2 touchdown madness ticket for the game we just talked about. I'll start the money line ticket on this page.
All right.
Now that I can, this will be easier to plug in later. So we're plus 136 if we take the Falcons and the Commanders in a money line right now. I got Bijan for 2 touchdowns somewhere. The 2 touchdown scorers today. I just forgot to mention them in the last game, but Marcus Mariota, long shot, 25-1, Dave. I have on a ticket.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Bijan Robinson plus 250, Chuba Hubbard plus 550. Drake London Drake, I want to say, 13-1. Darnell Mooney, 27-1. Algier, 20-1. McMillan, I'll just say that. I hate trying to say his first name.
Yeah.
16-1. Kyle Pitts, I think, has a good shot for 2 touchdowns today. 33-1 for him. Hunter Renfrow, 40-1. Dowdle, 40-1. Xavier Legette, 50-1. Ray McLeod, 50-1. I got Ray McLeod for 1 on a sneaky ticket of long shot players. He's on my McCaffrey ticket.
Okay.
And guys out there, if you're listening, just take some random guy, literally who's paying 7 or 8-1 for a touchdown. Find 5 or 6 of them and put them in a round robin, because if you hit 2 or 3, you're going to get a nice payout for randomness. Do things that make sense randomly.
Right.
Like a Ray McLeod or a Hunter Renfrow or something like that. Okay. Michael Penix is 75-1 for 2. The passing props. Bryce Young, 207.5. Penix, 214.5. Baseline. I have no interest in either one of those.
I'm going to throw Bryce Young on the interception
sure.
ticket.
Why not? Plus 640 for Bryce Young to have. Atlanta's had a nice little defense of thing going too, to be honest. And Penix is plus 470 for 3. You know what? I could see a sneaky Penix 3 touchdowns passing, maybe at a big number. But I'll pass. Just throwing it out there for you guys. It's a good number if you want to take a chance.
It is.
I'll say.
It is.
Bryce Young rushing attempts, 13.5. I'll go over that, Dave.
Okay.
I would look for a more like 30 yards for him. He seems to be running more and more, and 30 yards for him is plus 430. So a nice number there.
Absolutely.
If you guys want to jump on board that, I should be writing these notes myself. Continuing on from the other day, Carolina, Bryce Young, over rush. You have different stages of ticket making, Dave. We had the ones we do early in the week.
Right.
We had to sit around Friday night and come up with a couple. You sit around Saturday and come up with some. And then Sunday morning, you start putting more pieces of the puzzle together, and you do one last grand finale right before noon.
It comes in waves.
I don't know if that's how you people do it out there, but that's how it happens around here. Bound to win something with the amount of tickets we have, right?
Right.
Bryce Young over rushing yards. So I'll take a look at that. Team points here. And the Ant-Man's MIA. I wonder if he had
MIA
a
again.
fun Saturday night. Was there a NASCAR on last night?
You know, Steve, I'm not sure.
24.5 for Atlanta baseline and 19.5 for Carolina. I'll pass on both of those.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, your thoughts on this game overall?
Yeah, Steve, I think this one is pretty simple when you look at it. The Falcons should be able to handle this one. I will say McMillan, I have him in fantasy. That is a bright spot there for the Panthers. 195 to score. I like that. 14-1 for 2. Maybe not going for 2 with McMillan, but 1 I like. And he's produced at least pretty solid for me in fantasy. So if you have him, he's always worth a consideration for a start. That's kind of really all I like there for Carolina. This one should be pretty simple, Steve. Give me the Falcons.
All righty. Atlanta for me. Basically, let's win this game. Let's get by. Let's go home.
Yeah.
Type of deal. And, Panthers don't lack much. Garbage time, they looked okay.
Right.
Last week. But that was garbage time. They were able to backdoor the spread. I'll say that. But I would take the Falcons here. I think the Falcons win by 7 anyway.
Yeah, you might be able to move that.
24-17, I could see.
Yeah.
Under the total, still. All right, next game on the board. Green Bay and Cleveland. This is my sneaky over-under of the week, 41.5. And I think it goes over. Trust me, we might have the 86 Bears on Green Bay defensively over here.
Right.
So I worry about that. And the Browns, they have Myles Garrett. They're a defensive menace too. And Green Bay's lacking playmakers for injury. No Reed, no Kraft. Okay, no Christian Watson still. So their depth is going to have to come through for them.
Is Kraft out?
Yeah, I believe he is.
He's listed.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if he's in, even better. Okay. You know what, Dave? That's why we need the Ant-Man.
Well, I have him on a ticket, too, so I was starting to get a little worried. He's got great numbers this week.
Does he really? Tucker Kraft does?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Plus 2.
Oh, yeah. I do see
255 anytime and 20-1 for 2.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Which are going to be better because I think you have a little bit better numbers when it comes to the touchdown scores.
Plus 240 for one for I see for Tucker Kraft today.
Okay.
Jacobs is the favorite at minus 175. We'll get back to touchdown madness in a minute. We'll add on a player from the game we just talked about here in a second. Dobbs is at plus 850 for the first touchdown, that is. Plus 195 for 1. Quishon Judkins, is he going to get Cleveland off the scrap heap here? And I think that's just the game plan for Cleveland. No confidence in their running game. Our only chances, Flacco, why don't you go out there and here, Flacco, we're paying you. Do you mind going out there and trying to throw for 400 yards, please?
Right.
Please. I beg you. I got the old hallelujah button if it will play. Might hit too many times. Joe Flacco, throw for 4 touchdowns. We beat the Packers in Cleveland. That's how we cover 7.5. Joe Flacco throwing all over the place. So I think they forced Green Bay into a passing game. And I think we get points here. I don't know why. It's nice. Seems like it should be a dead under. We've said that a couple weeks ago with the Jets and the Steelers. Oh, no, these teams, there's no way they score points. No.
Right.
Let's find treasure in another man's trash. And that comes through the air via Joe Flacco today. I'll play Flacco on his passing touchdowns, to be honest. Let's see here. Flacco for 3 touchdowns today, Dave. A wonderful plus 640.
Wow.
And Jordan Love for 3 touchdowns is a wonderful 3 plus 370
Ooh, I got
Both.
720.
for 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Oh, play them both. I would play them both,
Wow.
even just together. In fact, I might play them both together. Let's see, Love. I got to play Kraft for sure, and Flacco.
Flacco interception, maybe. If he's thrown it that much, that's a good defense.
Flacco interception. I could see him throwing a pick. Yeah. He throws 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. That's what he does.
Yep.
If I parlay on my end anyway, Flacco and Jordan Love for 3 touchdowns each, I'm getting 20-1. Almost 21-1. All right, so that's a fun little way to approach this game if you think it's going to be a sneaky over. And then rushing wise, Jordan Love over 5.5 yards. I would take that, especially against with injuries and Myles Garrett running after you.
Right.
So we'll add Jordan Love over 5.5 yards. In fact, he'll exceed that. Give me 15 yards for a plus 310.
Nice.
So that's a good way to do things for sure. All right, 2 touchdown scores. And I took over 30.5 first half points at that. So that's, to me, 17-14 Green Bay at halftime. So that's plus 450. And then the team points today. I can never find. They moved all these to weird spots, probably to make my life difficult. Cleveland 16.5 over, man, over, and 24.5 for Green Bay over. I really like the Cleveland one, to be honest.
Right.
Cleveland over 16.5 is very attractive to me today. Now, if they're playing the 86 Bears, sorry, cancel that. You can cancel everything I just said. But I think it's worth a shot here just because I think Flacco is going to try to do it. Dave, your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, Steve, I like I like Green Bay to show up here. I think they can definitely cover if that defense shows up. That's what's going to be the key to this game, I think, Steve. Packers defense. I could see Flacco getting out there and slinging it. He likes to do that. I have Jacobs in something, and I also have Tucker Kraft. Like you said, that was worrying me a little bit. He's got great numbers. What a great, useful tool he is for Jordan Love there. So I'm all over that today. Give me some Tucker Kraft.
You know what, Dave?
Short and sweet here in this one for me.
How about this, man? Look at this. All for 2 touchdowns today. Deebo Samuel, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft.
Yep.
What do you think $10 pays?
$3,500.
$167,000.
Oh, see, I'm really bad at those.
So that's not worth a bet, people. $1 to win 16,795 is worth it. $1.50 wins you 25 grand. I'll place that right now and hit. Location could not be verified.
Oh,
when I try to hit a bet, they just don't tell you off the bat. Have you tried to actually do a bet?
Yeah, I have fired one.
Oh, okay. So it actually worked for you.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'll have to come back to this on my phone. But we're going to round robin our 2 touchdown madness, which is, if you're new to the show, us just getting kind of the longer shots on the board and trying to hook 1 or 2 of them to get, if we get 2 of them, we get a payout, which we have before. Now, if we can get 3, we're going to get a monster payout. I don't think we've gotten 3. We've gotten 2 a couple of times, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to start to take it off with Deebo at 18-1, Kyle Pitts 33-1, Tucker Kraft 25-1, all very capable of getting 2 touchdowns today. And $1.50 wins you 25 grand. So crazy.
I do like that.
All right, Dave, let's see. Moving on. I guess I can give you the State of the Union of my Patriots.
Yeah, come on with it.
-1.5 for Pittsburgh, 44.5. And a nice win down there in South Beach last week over a Miami team who I thought was going to actually win that game at the end. But I guess Achane ran out of bounds or a penalty, or I'm not sure exactly what happened there. He ran into the end zone, and they actually had the lead, but they took the points off the board. I was probably more focused in on that Rams trying to cover the spread at that moment in time than I was my own team. So the Patriots get a win, and now they'll play the 1-1 Pittsburgh Steelers, who looked fun on offense against the Jets, bad on defense against the Jets, bad on offense against the against the Seahawks, bad on defense against the Seahawks. So Pittsburgh has a lot of question marks, I think, still.
Indeed.
And I kind of said, why not Aaron Rodgers get off to a hot start? And if he's 2-1, I'd say that's a good start for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, to be honest. So I don't know if this is you can call this a must-win game in September, but a win for either one of these teams boosts their ego so much, I think, today. This is probably the biggest ego booster game on the board, maybe, in terms of teams at least not expected to do much. Okay. Yes, if the Colts go 3-0, they're on fire for sure. But to go 2-1 and beat, your long rival, Patriots and Steelers with the prolific playoff history dominated by New England in recent years. They'll face each other again in Foxborough. So nostalgic-wise, I love this. That's a good opportunity for the Patriots. They're wearing their old school uniforms today.
Oh, are they really?
That's going to get the crowd fired up. That's going to be a great color schemes out there in the field with the silver and black and the Patriot red. I'm sorry, the gold and black and yellow, right? And that the song?
Yep.
So a good hard game, and I think we could even see it. Now this game gets kind of dragged in the mud. Not surprised, but can we see some points in this game? I think we absolutely can. So I think you have a chance to go over here. I'm going to do a homer pick in the Patriots, and I'm going to do a homer pick on the alt line with them as well. We haven't talked too much about alt line payouts, but for an example in this game, and again, I got to click to all this used to be on the first page. Now I got to click to the second page and scroll down a bit. But the Patriots today, are you going to be shocked that the Patriots went by 14 points, Dave? Would you be?
Yeah,
The Seahawks beat the Steelers by 14 points.
Yeah, that would be a good win for them.
Plus 520 to win by 13 points. How about that?
Yeah, yep.
You might miss an extra point, as we've seen with Borgalis, the sketchiest Patriot kicker ever, who's they rallied around him in the locker room. But you know how it goes. You're going to keep missing kicks. You're going to be out of there. So we'll see if special teams haunts them in some sort of a capacity today. On the flip side of an alt line, if you think the Steelers can win by double digits, you get plus 440 to win by 13 points. So that's the way you're going to make money, people. It could be a prop. Just move the line, move the game spread. The better thing about taking teams rather than players is the whole team doesn't get hurt. If a player gets hurt, you're done. You still have the whole team to fall back on to if you can pick teams. So you have to put teams or team points in your portfolio or over-unders. And you have to. You can't just be strictly a prop player guy. Injuries will burn you at the end of the day, and you'll just pull your hair out. You don't have nothing to root for if it gets really bad,
Right.
Or if it's just an under type of game where no one's scoring, There are plenty of games that you look into the box scores, no one has over 50 yards receiving. All right. So 44.5 might be a cheap number here. Good shot for the Patriots today. I'll take them, Dave. I'll take them at home. And the State of the Union, as far as the fan base would be concerned, I guess is just cautious optimism. But we saw after the first loss, everyone jumping off ship fast. The Massachusetts fans, they're the massholes, like people say. It's like a bad relationship almost.
Very toxic.
You fight and you come right back. Fight and come right back.
Yep.
I love you. I love you. All right, your thoughts here, Dave.
Let's take a look at the running backs, Warren and Stevenson. Throw Henderson as well. You can really use either Patriot running back. I think I like them both, honestly. So maybe this is one of those. I like both defenses in this game as well. Can we see some points if they can kind of if the Steelers can do what they did week 1 and the Patriots can do what they did last week? You know what? Maybe we can get there. But I tell you what, I do like the Steelers defense, and I don't think the Patriots defense is terrible either. So I like this to be kind of a grinding game here. So that points to me to the running backs. Take a look at Warren, Stevenson, and Henderson. Stevenson plus 185 for a touchdown. Henderson plus 240. Warren's minus 110. So those are my immediate thoughts there, Steve. So we'll look at that. And then, you know what we're also going to look at, Steve? We ain't talked about it yet, and you'll probably laugh at me. But we're going to get Chris Boswell for 2+ field goals in there today.
I like that.
So give me the running backs, and if this game is going through the mud, we're going to see the kickers. I don't trust the Patriots kicker, but I do trust Boswell for 2 field goals today.
That's a good call, Dave.
So maybe some kicker action in this game.
If you can get a parlay down, Dave, with Boswell field goals, the one random bet I want to go back to, and I talked to Dave Del Grande about it in the Washington game. There's no way on earth Geno Smith has more than 3.5 rushing attempts. That's a rushing attempt every other drive. There's no way. There's no way.
Right.
So under 3.5 rushing attempts for Geno Smith sounds like a nice parlay with 2 field goals by Chris Boswell.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
So mark that on the side in your notes and remind me about it. Here, I should probably just write it too.
All right.
Boswell, 2 field goals. Geno under rush. Okay. Drake May rushing yards today.
I like that as well, Steve.
26.5. 40 yards for him is at plus 225. He's not afraid to run it. He's a good runner, actually. 22.5 for TreVeyon Henderson. Wow, I kind of like that over. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
TreVeyon Henderson.
22.5?
For 40 yards rushing is plus 310.
Ooh.
50 yards is plus 550.
I like it.
So.
That is interesting.
And Stevenson played great last week. I was wondering if they fed Stevenson to keep him happy.
Right.
And we might get a little bit more dose of Henderson this week as well. So good numbers there. You like your Jaylen Warren. He's been fantastic. And he's a player I've played a lot. I haven't played him this year for some reason, and you've been all over it, and he's done it for you. 30 yards for him receiving plus 190, plus 340 for 40 receiving. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a running back's best friend when it comes to the screen pass. So Warren for 40 yards looks good too. He'll trust him. He'll go right back to him.
Yeah, certainly.
So I'll mark down all that. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. Let me get to my 2 touchdown scorer page. We have for our madness, which is our long shots of touchdown scores. We have on there already Debo, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft, and now we shall add. Well, we'll go through the odds and we'll find a good one. How about that? I already have Butte in one already. So I'm tempted to leave him off of here. But Jaylen Warren is 6-1, DK 11-1, Ramondre 13-1, TreVeyon Henderson 20-1, Stephon Diggs 19-1, Hunter Henry 25-1, Butte 27-1, Kenneth Gainwell 27-1, Jonnu Smith is 35-1, Drake May to run in for 2 is 40-1. Freiermuth is a great number of 50-1 for 2 touchdowns today. Wow, that is a big, big number. Calvin Austin the third is 30-1. Demario Douglas, 80-1, Dave.
Wow.
80-1 for the Steeler defense, 70-1 for Mac Hollins. I don't know how we don't throw Demario Douglas on Touchdown Madness at 80-1, to be honest.
All right, yeah.
Because
throw
he
him in
is
there.
he is blowing this thing through the roof, even so much so that we can put down 10 cents to win 136,000 on these 4 players to get 2 touchdowns. Deebo Samuel, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft, Demario Douglas. 10 cents pays $136,000. How do you not bet that?
I know.
And I don't even want to hear 10 cents. You got to put 25 cents on it for $340,000. So that's our Touchdown Madness so far. We've gone through 4 games, and we have on the line the man, the myth. He is 3-0 on Thursday nights. So far through weeks 1, 2, and 3 already, with Buffalo and Miami concluding the first of the week 3 slate. And by virtue of, I think, a late touchdown by Khalil, right?
Yep.
The Ant-Man goes to 3-0, Mr. Thursday Night, Antonio. Antonio Thursday Night Banderas Jr. is your new name, sir. Good morning. How are you?
Nice. Why is it that Thursday nights are good nights? Can we flip the script and have a good Sunday finally?
No, we did last week. We had a fantastic
You
Sunday.
did.
Yeah.
You had a good Sunday.
I'm Mr. Sunday. You guys are Mr. Thursday and Monday. That's the way it maybe works around here. I don't know.
Yep.
But our show's on fire with the picks. So let's keep it going. And man, I just gave you 4 crazy 2 touchdown scores for 25 cents to win $340,000. You can make a case for all 4 of those guys today, correct?
I love the Deebo pick. He's going to be in a couple of them.
All right. It'd be interesting to get your take. I guess real quick in a recap, Anthony, as we need to move along at 11:10 Eastern Standard Time if we want to get you out of here by noon. But you have 1 or 2 best plays. The 4 games we talked about, Washington, the Atlanta game, the Green Bay game, and the Pittsburgh game. What really sticks out to you in those?
Well, I mean, let's see. Kraft is playing.
Yes, Kraft's in.
Barring a setback. I'm actually really upset that I made a bet yesterday with Luke Musgrave at a not as good of a number, but I'm going to stick with it. You never know.
Oh, I think he'll be out there more anyway because of the injuries. So, you know,
he really could just be in there as a decoy. But he's been Love's favorite target. Jade Reed just got thrown on the IR, and I think he's going to be throwing more than you guys think. I mean, you saw what Derrick Henry did against the Browns last week. What did he get? Like 20-some yards. That's it.
Yep.
So this could be a closer game than people think. I'm not calling for the Browns upset, but I mean it. I feel like
I think we have a shootout. I think we have a shootout, dude. To be honest, this is the lowest scoring over/under. No one's expecting it. This is your sneaky overplay of the day, and it's because Joe Flacco is going to make it that way.
I'm gonna fire with Flacco, and I'm gonna fire with Judy as well. He's actually in my player to get 100-yard parlay.
I got 4 players that's paying really big. I think it's Mariota and Browning for a rush yard. And then my 2 oddball guys are Njoku and Kyle Pitts.
Oh, your touchdown ticket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, did I send that to you guys?
You did.
Okay. Yeah. So that's an interesting one from the Browns' perspective. Okay. Green light on Bijan. I'll just ask you really quick. You say yes or no. Green light on Bijan today? Yep. Okay.
Correct.
Green light on Mariota rushing yards?
What was his base at? 20? Was it like 24?
Yeah, something like that.
Right,
he can get 40 to me.
He'll be scrambling.
Okay. Geno Smith under 3.5 rush attempts.
I'm just not gonna. At this point. I'm just not gonna take a Raider.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing attractive about the Raiders today. All right, let's move on. And you are from the Pittsburgh area. We'll just have to yell at each other for that game.
That's fine. And I like the Freiermuth angle. And the other reason I bring,
You know
the other
what?
reason
Let's
I
throw Freiermuth in there too, because we usually take a game with 2 players. We might as well throw Freiermuth in there as well on this 2 touchdown.
and then one more thing just to throw on with the Patriots team. I'm going to flip a coin with the Patriots tight ends, Austin Hooper, Hunter Henry. I'm probably going to go with Austin Hooper as a random touchdown scorer, and the reason I bring that up is because of what AJ Barner did to Pittsburgh last week. I believe he is him and
my guy Barner. Second time on the show, we brought him up.
Yep.
Well, seems to be a sign. All right, let's move on.
Okay, moving on. We'll add Freiermuth to this 2 touchdown madness ticket. Okay, next game on the board. We got business to do. Rams and Eagles. Good game. Honestly, boys, the Eagles aren't going to win every game, so this is a very losable game to me. In fact, if you want to take a stab on random big payouts, why not take the Rams to win by a couple of scores? They did it last week on the road, and yes, that's Tennessee, completely different animal from Philly. But you know what? I'm suspect of the Philly defense for one, and then 2, they're just way too one-dimensional for me right now.
Yeah.
The Rams are a much more dimensional football team. And if they played like they did in the second half against Tennessee, then Philly's going to be playing from behind here. And if the Rams get off to a lead, that's how you beat the Eagles. You need to get a lead on them, make them have to come back.
Right.
And we don't know that they can do that because we didn't really see it too much last year, them falling behind. Let's look at Davante Adams maybe as a sneaky first touchdown scorer in this game because he is going to have the matchup that favors him to maybe go deep and a quick strike. You know what? Let's fake the handoff to Kyren and let's hit Davante Adams running straight in the flat. So first touchdown, Davante Adams, 11-1 is a nice price. Today, I might have to do a little round robin of first touchdown scores. If you talk about instant satisfaction, and Davante Adams at 11-1, and if you find some guys at first touchdown 11-1, and find 5 of them, trust me, you can just put down 25 cents and spend $4 on this ticket,
right,
and make a good payout. If 3 of them hit, so Davante Adams, I'll throw him on a first touchdown ticket. Quick strike. Let's get the lead. Give me the Rams on the alt line here. I'm not sure about the Philly team points. I don't know if this game's an over, but I think the Rams get theirs. And it wouldn't shock me if this game's something like 24-16 Rams. Doesn't that sound about right in a weird way?
I could see it.
But the Rams, if you want to take them on some sort of a crazier alt line here, then they are the Rams minus 12.5 is at plus 800. Wow. To win by 13. I mean, I could just see it. It's the same thing. People out there, oh, you're crazy. What are you talking about? Well, the Seahawks beat the Steelers by 14 points on the road. So this kind of thing happens. And if Philly just stumbles being one-dimensional, then I think that can happen today. So give me the Rams overall. I'll take some Davante Adams. I'll put him to score 2 touchdowns on the ticket, and I'll take him for the first touchdown. And I'm just going to root from that angle, and I'll be completely fine and satisfied not having to root for anything else in this game. Anthony, is this the day that the brakes come off A.J. Brown and they get him going, and we see the Philly offense trying to explode here?
I think they're going to have to because I agree with everything you said with the Rams. The Eagles can't win them all. They already won their banner game against Dallas, and they just beat the Chiefs again. Now they're at home, and they're going against the Rams team that, frankly, could have beat them last year in that NFC Championship game. What was it? Was it the NFC? No, my fault. The divisional game. Rams had them. The Rams absolutely had them. But, that's what it is. The Eagles won. Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown a touchdown pass this year. So I know they've been monitoring this push nonsense. Not that they're not going to allow it, but I don't know what the NFL is doing with this push crap. But this might be the time Hurts throws it just a little bit more. I'm not going to go crazy with AJ Brown and Devonta Smith, but I will sprinkle them in. I probably throw Dallas Goedert in there as well.
So Goddard's okay. He's back.
Yeah, Goddard should be fine. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then really my only other goofy thing with the Rams, I don't know why. I think I told you this yesterday. I had a dream that Kyren Williams caught a touchdown pass from Stafford.
Fire it.
Touchdown. So Kyren Williams receiving touchdown. You like?
I don't know why it had to been a receiving touchdown, but I can't really ask my brain why I dreamt that.
Right.
It's not like you can.
Oh, you dreamt that. You had a dream about that. Okay, I got you.
I had a dream that Kyren got a receiving touchdown in the back of the end zone.
All right. I mean, that's worth a play right there, right? I mean,
I wish you could bet a receiving touchdown from Kyren compared to just him getting in the end zone. It's not like the odds are. His odds aren't really the best, but I will definitely add to the Devontae Adams first touchdown score. Let's start building that right now.
All right. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Barkley's plus 440, Hurts plus 470, Kyren plus 650, Puka 11-1, Devontae Adams 15-1, AJ Brown 16-1, Devontae Smith 22-1, Dallas Goedert 40-1, Higbee 50-1, Blake Corum 75-1, Jordan Whittington is at 100-1. Nephew Dave, your thoughts on this game?
I think you guys are pretty much on it there. The Rams defense, hey, that's a pretty good defense as well. And you got to think they know what Philly wants to do. Steve, you touched on them being one-dimensional. And lately they have been. I think you make them throw it and make them show you that they can win throwing the ball. Because that's what they're going to have to do here. I think the Rams are going to be all over the run game, knowing that that's the one thing Philly does very well. So I'm going to push this Rams spread back a little bit and give them some more points in a ticket that I'm building. So give me the Rams plus 7.5. It's not a great number, but it's in a ticket that I'm building. So I'm going to give the Rams a chance here. And hopefully they pull up the upset.
You guys some good numbers on some anytime touchdown random guys, which this game fits the profile for random people to score, especially if you're on the Rams. Like a Jordan Whittington's plus 750. Blake Corum's 5-1 for a touchdown. Higbee's plus 410. I mean, all those are paying good.
Right.
There's 2-2 plus 750. On the Eagles' part, we have Dotson 11-1. Right. That's kind of attractive. And then Colby Parkinson, 25-1 for a touchdown today. If you want something, if you really, really want to go off the wall. 2 touchdown madness. You know what, Dave? I'm gonna let you pick it. You want to go with a ringer here, or you want to go with a longer shot? What do you want to do?
All right, let's see what we got here for 2.
I like the Devontae Adams angle, I think, myself.
All right, yeah, I got that. Yeah, we can go with that. I was gonna think maybe Nakua.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking in my head, I think Dave would love to take Nakua in this bet.
you know me and Nakua.
So since you said it, let's throw him on there. Puka Nakua will add on as a ringer, and when he's come in for us before already this season as a ringer, right?
Yeah, and if we're going to challenge that Philly secondary, why not do it?
He'll get Cooper DeJean, so that'll be fun.
Right, absolutely.
Puka, Tucker Kraft, Kyle Pitts, Deebo Samuel, Freiermuth, Demario Douglas. You can't even bet all those. You got to break it down. Basically, 10 cents pays $18 million, so they won't pay you that. So you need to get the round robin going. But let's see here. If we play the threes and we do 25 cents a leg, We have 16 different bets right now, and our average payout is over $4,000 if 3 of these guys were to hit. Debo, Pitts, Kraft, Douglas, Freiermuth, Nakua. If we do the 2-legged parlay, 25 cents. Just for 25 cents, people. We'll get almost $200 on the average. How about that?
Yeah, I ain't mad at
If
it.
just 2 of those guys score. Okay, so that's fun. Next game on the board. Colts and the Titans. I'm not going to be shocked if Tennessee wins this game, to be honest. Am I going to bet it? No. Do I like the Colts? No, but they're winning me over a little bit. They're kind of a fun team to watch. Fun game against Denver last week. Do I like watching the Tennessee Titans? No. I did not like watching Tennessee last week when I was watching the Rams having the rally to beat them. Tennessee has shown me nothing this year in the 2 games that we watched them. I mean, we watch every game. So we have the Sports Lounge and Sports Lounge number 2 going on. So Tennessee, boring football to me. I like Jonathan Taylor for a touchdown for sure. I'll even maybe take him for 2. In fact, I did take him for 2. I think I have Daniel Jones for 2 somewhere. Beyond that, boys, I'm not overly invested. So I'll leave this floor to you guys to try to come up with something that I'm not looking at that I can put on my list. Because quite frankly, I want nothing to do with this game. We'll start with you, Ant-Man. Do you have any particular angles you want to attack here?
Not really. I definitely know that this is going to be the game that we're not going to be watching.
This is a quad boxer. Yeah.
100%. But you can't fully, ignore the fact that the Colts have put some of the most points up in the NFL this year. I mean, 29-28 against Denver last week. I mean, Daniel Jones for over 300 yards. He even got a rushing touchdown. And right now, Jonathan Taylor is the best running back in the NFL. 165 yards last week. I'm also looking at their receivers. At this point, I kind of just want to pick one. Alex Pierce got 68 yards. Downs had 51 yards last week. I mean, Devontae Adams put in for 100 against Tennessee last week. So really, it's just picking and choosing. I know Tyler Warren was on the injury report, but he's going to be playing as well today. Who the hell does Cam Ward even throw to Tennessee?
No, yeah, exactly.
Who's this Alec Amor, man?
Yes, that guy. Should we take him for 2 touchdowns? On that 2 touchdown madness.
Who, Taylor?
Maybe we should. The Alec A.O. Manor. Anthony,
Oh, yeah.
put your phone the way that it was before you started that Cole comment. You sounded much better before this game. I know you know what you did. You just moved it around or something. Let's see here.
I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to take Cam Ward to get 25 rushing yards.
I think I'm on board with that at least.
I'm going to hate it, but I'm going to do it one more time.
It's okay because the bet I'll make with him, I hate all the other bets. And that same bet, like Bryce Young rushing yards, equally as bad to root for. And CJ Stroud has been getting his rushing yards too, people. We'll get to that game in a minute. Dave, what do you like in this game?
Steve, not much here. I mean, Jonathan Taylor is one of the premier angles, I guess you could say, maybe one of the only ones here. Tennessee, they at least give the effort. I don't know that's going to be enough. Again, I am going to have to ask in the lounge that we at least periodically check in on this game as
it'll be on the quad box.
I'm taking a stab here. I'm trying to get him out of the way, as we mentioned earlier on the show. Colts in Survivor for me. It's iffy, and
what it's doing, Dave, and I love the maneuver because I do the same thing. This is how you win Survivor. You're taking a divisional opponent on the road,
right
here,
Man, so
which is the Cardinals' sin, apparently, in Survivor. But no, that's how you win Survivor to me.
well, I'm going to try it. I'm going to go against the grain here.
Yep.
And it's not exactly
It's gross, but I
it's
see where you're coming
gross.
from.
That's a great way to put it, Steve. So I'm just going to go Colts straight up on the road today.
All right, Anthony, why don't you give me a random 2-touchdown score? You want to go with the guy that you named, whatever the heck his name is?
Go with Chamir Dyke. Take Chamir Dyke and Colson Yankoff for touchdowns.
I was yank off the Dyke. How about what was the one we had? The booty to the
tongue.
Tongue gets to the booty.
Yeah.
All right, so that's your parlay, 4-game parlay. Write this down, please. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. This is a round robin. Tungus? No, right? Is that his name? Tongues? For the Niners. That's the 49er tight end. Keyshawn Butte. Colson Yankoff for the Commanders. And who's this other guy?
Chamir Dyke.
Chamir Dyke. What a name.
All right, that's a round robin for the ages. Chamir Dyke, hey, he's just 5-1 for a touchdown. They're saying that can happen.
Dave, I'm taking Dyke straight naked at 70-1.
Hey, first touchdown score.
Oh my goodness.
What is he for the first touchdown score?
I have 30-1.
I got 20. You can't put him in with Devontae Adams as a first touchdown score? Absolutely. It's not like you're asking just someone on Tennessee to get it, and at that point it's a coin toss, you know?
Right. Well, that's a fun little ticket.
Oh
there.
my goodness. All right. We're lunatics. All right, 2 touchdown score. We need one for this game. Let me get back to that list. And we will take I'm torn. I'm torn between Dyke and Anna Moore now. Let's go with the first instincts. And let's throw in, because he's been doing well, he's 35-1. Alec Ao Manor is how you say his name, I think. So we're adding him to the 2-touchdown madness. All right. Fun stuff, Tennessee and Indianapolis. Let's see. You're going to get paid good, though. Let me give you the passing numbers, and we'll move on as we'll wrap up the 1 o'clock slate here shortly. I think we're doing good on time. Cam Ward passing touchdowns. You're going to get paid. 3 of them are plus 630. Daniel Jones, 3 is at plus 550. If you want long shot touchdown scores, do that. I threw this game also on my 5-team under ticket. I feel like this game belongs on there. So it's on there. All right, next game. Can Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers banged up offensive line have success today against the Jets and their not so fearsome defense, where they've allowed maybe the most points in the NFL through 2 weeks? I'm not sure, but it's close. Giving up 30 to Buffalo and 34 to Pittsburgh in back-to-back weeks. I don't think anyone's given up 64 points. The Bears. The Bears have given up more points than that. So I'm not convinced the Jets are that good, no matter who's hurt for Tampa Bay on that offensive line. And I think it's Baker and company getting the job done and having fun like they always do. Let's just throw it to Ibuka. Let's throw it to now Evans is going to get locked up by Sauce Gardner, right? So you know that's coming. But that leaves Ibuka, that leaves Otten, that leaves the running backs. All are fair game to me. I mean, if you want to do receive yards for Bucky, go for it. That's not an angle I've looked at yet, but 40 yards for him is at plus 310. I'll go ahead and note that now because I love taking Buccaneers on props. Let's see. What's Cade Otton? He's an interesting figure today, to be honest. And we haven't heard much from him. And this tells me he should do good. 50 yards for Otton is at plus 310. I almost like that a little bit better than Bucky for 40. I think
Cade Otton is one of my favorite plays in this because you're going to have Sauce locking down Evans. And Ibuka has been dinged up all week with a hip and groin issue. He is going to play, but they are going to monitor his snap count. And
good to know. Good to know.
Field,
yep,
he'll be on the field. But we saw what Cade Otton. It's like Cade Otton started to emerge a little bit last. Was it a Sunday night? No, it was Monday night.
Yep,
Monday night. And let's see. I mean, he only had 3 catches for 25 yards, but we've seen Cade Otton do this a couple times throughout the year. Is perhaps today the Cade Otton day?
Yeah, I think so. Play. Why not? I mean, all the more reason just to throw him on 2 touchdown madness as well, right? Because he's a perfect candidate at a nice big number, 27-1 for 2 touchdowns today for Cade Otton. He is going on a ticket, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he is.
So this is a nice long ticket here. Deebo Samuels, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft, Demario Douglas, Freiermuth, Nakua, Alec Manor, as he's the most random of them all. Cade Otton. For madness, it doesn't sound so crazy, to be honest. We're getting big numbers for all of these guys. I mean, Kraft's 25-1, Pitts 33-1. Debo's even 18-1. Shouldn't Debo be more like 10-1 for 2 touchdowns? I feel like he should be.
Right.
So yeah, all right, we'll throw Otton on there. Dave, you love Otton, right?
I do. Yep. You know I do, and I'm a big Baker fan. So load up on his props today. I tell you what, even though Mike Evans is going to get locked down, kind of like Scary Terry, he is due as well, Steve. So give me Mike Evans today. I'm feeling that one. Plus 120 for 1, plus 750 for 2. Maybe
Sauce Gardner can be thrown on, I think, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So go either way with Mike Evans. I'm going with the angle that he is just due for 1 at some point. Tampa improves to 3-0, and they do it in style today at home.
I think a good anytime ticket if you just don't have guys like Evans or McLaurin. I think they fit well on a ticket together. Devontae Adams for 1.
You got all the guys that are due today.
Right. All for 1. Find 5 of those, and I think we can hit home a winner. Bijan is a ringer on that ticket, maybe. All those running backs have a good shot today. And we'll get to more of them like Kenneth Walker III, who no Charbonnet today, and they're playing the Saints. I mean, he almost looks like a lock for 2. He's paying it. He's not even 3-1, Kenneth Walker, when we get to that. So green light to me for Buccaneers. I have their team points alternate over 30.5 at a big number. Baker Mayfield, if you like to take quarterbacks over 1.5 touchdowns, he's an auto play every week. Over 1.5 touchdowns thrown for Baker Mayfield. And his rush yards, something we always look at as well.
He got over 30. He got over 30 yards again.
Yep, he's 17.5. He'll get that today.
And I'm going to take him to get 30 again.
30 is at plus 265. So I'm on that as well, Antonio. The Baker Mayfield rush yards. It's amazing how many extra more plays you find that you haven't even thought of. Like Baker Mayfield's like a play that I instantly think of. That's how far back. We got some interesting stuff this week. Every week we do, to be honest, as we look for our 3rd winning week in a row here.
Tyrod Taylor has gone on the list, Steve.
For an interception?
Yep.
I could see that. He's on the list. Who are the interception quarterbacks we have already?
So right now we have Geno Smith, Bryce Young, Joe Flacco, and Tyrod Taylor.
I like it.
So we need one more for sure, maybe 2 if we feel good, but I think 5 is a good number.
Other 2 touchdown scores in this game, just for you people's knowledge. Baker is at 80-1. Rashad White 27-1. Sterling Shepard 45-1. Interesting with Shepard maybe today. Maybe getting more, especially what Anthony says. That makes Otten more attractive, but it also makes Sterling Shepard more attractive. Garrett Wilson 20-1. Braylon Allen 18-1. Egbuka 13-1. Bucky's plus 550. Bucky's on the 2 touchdown list for sure. You got to play him on that somewhere with the running backs. Plus 750 for Evans. Breece Hall is at 10-1. Breece Hall's not the worst candidate for 2 touchdowns either today.
Yeah, yep.
If the Jets are going to score twice, there's a good chance Breece Hall actually has both of them, I would say. All right, and again, I'm taking the Buccaneers team points over myself. I have one big ticket. We won't do this game now, but the first 2 legs, when I hit my big 3-game parlay last week of Bills team points over, Lions team points over, Rams on the alt line, the same style of ticket I got today, I do have the Patriots minus 5.5. Interesting, right?
Yep.
I have Buccaneers over 30.5. And the next play I have is the Cincinnati Bengals. As my little birdie in Minnesota tells me that the wrong team is favored here, with the Vikings having up to 20 players out today for the game at home against the Bengals. This is one banged up unit, and Jake Browning is quite capable. Now, Dave Del Grande thinks this is a game stuck in the mud. I'm not so sure, because if I'm Carson Wentz and the Minnesota Vikings, and Carson Wentz in particular, I'm saying to myself, this is my 6th NFL team in 6 years. Man, I travel around a lot. I probably have a job for a while, but I'm going to have to keep trying out for my next employer because you never know where I'm going to land on the 7th team in 7 years, right? So I need to look. I have a Justin Jefferson to play with over here.
Right.
Let's just start chucking the ball to Justin Jefferson left and right. Isn't that the game plan for Carson Wentz? Although Jordan Mason should get a decent load as well. Mason's a good angle for 2 scores today. But on the flip side, I think we just have the better talent, at least offensively, for the Bengals. I think we have a full complement here. Remember, there's no Addison either for the Vikings. So that hurts things. Hawkinson really hasn't turned it on since his injuries. But what huge game has Hawkinson had since he's come back for an injury? I mean, that is fool's gold right there. If you've been playing Hawkinson stats, you've been getting killed probably. I'd started to, and I laid off because he wasn't doing anything. And he hasn't done anything since I've been off. Maybe he's had an okay couple of games. Anthony will know that. But to me, he sounds like he's been relatively quiet. And on the flip side of things, if you're Browning, yeah, let's scramble. There's open field. I'll run it. I have a running touchdown in half of my game started, so I might as well run it in again at 7-1 odds for Jake Browning for a touchdown. And maybe Jake Browning goes on the first touchdown ticket. Although I think I'd rather just take Jamar Chase at 8-1 for the first touchdown, to be honest. Because Jamar Chase and Devontae Adams, for the 2 players to score first touchdown today at 11-1 and 8-1, sounds like a pretty nice parlay to me.
It does, yeah.
Just those 2 guys together. So we'll throw Jamar Chase in for a first touchdown because just like Jefferson is going to get fed by Wentz, Browning has this toy. Let's feed it to Chase. He throws it to him anyway. And I expect the Bengals, better quarterback, better skilled players. And you know what? It sounds like a game that they can win on the road. I don't have any confidence in the Vikings right now. Not that I have a super lot in the Bengals, but is there a small? Everyone thinks people are going to think I'm crazy when I say this. I need to do the lightning strike. Is Browning better than Joe Burrow?
Trying to stir the pot.
Is Browning better than Joe Burrow? Give me the Bengals on the road on the alt line. They win by 5.5. That is my last pick of my parlay, and that's $100 ticket is going to pay upwards of $5,000. If the Bengals win by 6, the Patriots win by 6, and the Buccaneers can get into the 30s scoring. So how about that, boys? Anthony, your take on this game? Why not? You guys don't ever have an opportunity to take Jamar Chase for 2 and Justin Jefferson for 2. And quite frankly, today, they are paying good if they do that.
They're each quarterback's best offensive weapon. And we really we saw Chase go off last week. We really haven't seen the big fireworks show with Jefferson yet. They are playing in Minnesota, right? So they're in the Dome.
Yep.
I've been trying to find a Hawkinson stat that's positive, but I haven't found anything. The only thing I actually remember is the last time Hawkinson had a hell of a game was when they made that epic comeback against the Colts in like December of 2022. Because then Hawkinson got hurt, he had a year last year, and he just looked abysmal this year. Watch him score today, of course, since none of us are going to be on him. I am going to throw. I just threw Jamar Chase in there for the first touchdown. But I'm not going to be betting much on this game because I have too much fantasy crap going on. I have Jefferson and I have Chase Brown. So I'm going to be on pins and needles watching this, at least on the Quad Box. That's really it. But it's funny you say that about Jake Browning. Jake Browning. He's a pretty good backup quarterback. And this is Wentz's what you said, 16?
Yeah.
6 years?
Yep.
It's always the first couple of games Wentz always looks good. So I'm actually hoping for a sneaky over game.
Yeah, just thinking over. I can see it for sure. Dave, what do you like here?
So I'm kind of in agreement with you. With Ant actually for fantasy, I have Chase, and I made a move this week. I've taken a little bit of a chance here. I dropped Penix Jr. and picked up Jake Browning because Jaden Daniels was hurt. He's my starting fantasy quarterback. But I like Jake Browning in this spot, and I think I think he can produce. So I'm gonna take the chance there, and I like Jake Browning in this one. I like Chase. I agree. The wrong team is favored here, and I think Cincinnati could get it done by 5.5 or so. So give me the Bengals by a touchdown.
All right, I like it. Passing props today, and I'm playing around with the 2 touchdown madness. I'm wondering if we actually have to delete a player just to be able to play. And I don't think they're ever going to pay us out for the 4s. Never mind. We're just going to have to roll with it this way. But passing today, touchdown wise, Wentz plus 470 for 3, and Browning plus 430 for 3. So nice paydays, to be honest, on that front. The Bengals team points. I think that'll be a good way to approach things today too, in this game, because I think the Bengals get theirs. I'm wondering if the Vikings kind of maybe get snubbed a little bit, like they have been doing, especially if Wentz falls flat on his face. But the Bengals, I think, at 19.5 over, you got to take that. You have to take that. In fact, I think they're good for 24, and you get plus 168 for over 23.5. Why not almost 3-1 odds? 28 points or more is at plus 350. So that's the bigger payout if you want to stretch the points for the Bengals today. 2 touchdown madness. Well, you know what? I think you played Jefferson and Chase together. Let's take Chase for the first touchdown. Other players for 2 touchdowns today. There's Hawkinson, 30-1. Has he been quiet, Anthony Hawkinson?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Higgins, 18-1. Naylor, 40-1. Akers 70-1. Sneaky play with Thielen, 75-1. Gesicki, 75-1. All right. So there you go. I think this could be a funner game on behalf of the Bengals. Dave, interesting you picked the upset with me on an all line here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think that's going to conclude 2 touchdown madness. Let's see here. Man, I wish we could get paid for 4. But there's too many guys involved. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll trim it down to the point where we can play at least some of these for 4. But if we do 20-cent legs, there's 34 different 2-game parlays for 20 cents. We'll get $100 on the average, okay? 15 cents 3-game parlays, and we will get, in fact, let me do 20 cents. Yeah, there's a little bit better payout. A little over $2,000 if any of these 3 guys hit. Any of these 3 for 2 touchdowns. Debo, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft, Demario Douglas, Pat Freiermuth, Puka Nacua, K. Dotton, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
Yeah, roll it.
Don't 3 of those guys get 2 touchdowns today?
They certainly could.
Very possible.
Okay, so 20-cent parlay legs. That's the way we'll approach it. We can win up to $154,000 if they all win, but they'll never pay us out for a 4. We got to delete a couple of these guys and stick in a 4 for sure, because those odds are going to be crazy. All right, so that will conclude 2 touchdown madness for the 1 o'clock session. And let me take a picture of this so I can delete it. Jaguars game, we'll leave that off. And we'll go to that now. Now we're starting to probably get behind time a little bit. Jaguars, Texans, 1.5 for the Jags, 43.5. Quite frankly, I'm not interested in anything in this game. It could go under, it could go over. Houston has done nothing on offense to me. I think the Jaguars probably win this game at home. I just don't want to bet it. I don't want to bet on Jacksonville. They look like the better team, at least on the field last week, against their opponent Cincinnati than Houston did against Tampa Bay. Although Houston had a little bit of success, they lost that game at the end. That's so, they're a highly vaunted defense. Let Baker still cut through them at the end of the day. Let him scramble for the 4th and long. I just don't trust Houston right now. I have better plays on the board than anything Jacksonville. So this is generally a pass for me. The 2 touchdown scores. Chubb is plus 750. ETN 9-1. Nico is 11-1. Tootin 25-1. Brian Thomas 12-1. Travis Hunter 25-1. Schultz 30-1. De'Ami Brown, who Dave loves, 30-1. Brenton Strange 50-1. Oh, there's a Christian Kirk sighting. He's back, I guess. 50-1 for him. CJ Stroud 65-1. Oh, here's my one play here. Give me some CJ Stroud rushing yards. That's the one play I'll take. 30 yards or more for CJ Stroud is at plus 310. So that's going to be good enough for me in a round robin scenario at the end of the day. So I like Stroud rushing yards, boys, and I'm not going to get too fancy smancy beyond that. Passing prop wise, Lawrence 3 touchdowns plus 430. CJ Stroud is at plus 550. Dave, what do you like?
Steve, I'm going to keep this one very simple here. I was looking through it. Not much that was all that exciting to me, but here's the one thing that I do know. Houston Texans, they got to have it, or else they're in big trouble. They need a win. So I'm going to go with the upset, the minor upset, plus 105 for the Texans on the money line. Let's just leave it there, knowing that if they don't win this game, it's a tough ask to get back into playoff position. So give me the Texans on the money line, Steve.
And man, what do you like in this game?
I invested too much in Brian Thomas and this Jacksonville team, and I can't just sit back and curl up in a ball and watch them suffer. It's now or never. Can they do it? This is the perfect team to do it against with this Houston Jacksonville sneaky over, in my opinion. I'm actually going to take Brian Thomas to get the most yards receiving today at 27-1.
How about putting him in our first touchdown scorer round robin?
I'm fine with that. I'm also going to flip it, and I've actually been building a 2 touchdown scorer right now. And I'm going to have Nico Collins in it because I don't know who else Stroud's going to throw to. I mean,
right.
Higgins did okay Monday night. Kirk's back. You got to get the playmakers going. I'm hoping for a shootout. It's in Jacksonville. I'm adding, and I don't know if I might have had it muted, but I've already started my own 2 touchdown madness, and T. Higgins is part of that. Debo's part of that, and I just added Nico to that.
Interesting.
Nice.
So that is the Anthony Madness of Debo, Nico Collins, and T. Higgins. All right. Add to that as we go, Anthony. All right. That's it for the 1 o'clock. Let's go through the 4s. Now, I think some of these games could go fast. This would be the first one I don't think we need to talk much about. But give me Kenneth Walker the 3rd for 2 touchdowns against the Saints, and I'll be happy with that. Maybe my boy Barner scores as well. He's paying good for any time touchdown. I'll be rooting for the Saints for survivor purposes. I want nothing to do with this game, to be honest. Can the Seahawks win by 21? Yeah. Well, I'll be stupid if I don't bet that. I really don't care, to be honest. I want nothing to do with Seattle. I want nothing to do with the Saints. Out of my portfolio, out of sight, out of mind. This is boring NFC West against boring NFC South football game of the week. The Saints and the Seahawks. That's funny that there's a game of the week of the NFC South and West.
Is that really the game? Wait. Which game's on?
No way.
So me and Doe Grandy. So look at it this way, Anthony. Since I call him like our West Coast expert, kind of in a weird, funny way. And he's not. He's an expert at everything, but I call him the West Coast expert. So his specialty, as I say to the audience, is the NFC West and the AFC West. And out of those 8 teams, the most exciting team is the Chargers. So what does that tell you about the excitement of all the other teams overall at the end of the day? If the Chargers are the fun team. If you go down the list, it's correct. So it's boring NFC West football. And the NFC South is a boring division this year as well. And that's on the schedule. The West play the South all season long. So this is the boring game of the week, NFC South, NFC West. And it's the Saints and the Seahawks.
Awesome.
That's what we needed. Under 41.5 is a play for me here. I'm not going to get too fancy smancy. And Kenneth Walker for 2 touchdowns at a nice payout. At a nice, huge payout of plus 350. Why not? Dave, what do you like here?
Steve, give me correct score. Seattle 24, Saints 13. How about that? Let's just go with that here.
Anthony, what do you like?
I think I just finished my 2 touchdown madness, and I'm going to finish it with Kenneth Walker. Jackson Smith and Jay actually had flu-like symptoms throughout the week. He is going to play, so I don't know how sick he is. I'm gonna monitor that as well because I have him in a couple of fantasy leagues as well. But I'm just gonna throw Kenneth Walker in there and just call it. I also have Seattle as survivor, so I will be miserable once this game starts because the Saints, oddly enough, I know they're 0-2, but they're playing hard, and they had a chance against San Francisco. So I am a little worried that Seattle's my survivor pick, but Spencer Rattler actually hasn't been that bad this year.
I'm rooting for the Saints for sure, without a doubt.
I figured you were.
What do we have on Juwan Johnson, just out of interest? Because he's on our player watch list. Receiving yards for Johnson today, 42.5. Bet that over. Why not? You know? Kenneth Walker, 15.5 is interesting for receiving yards as well, as he's going to be the featured back by far in that offense. So Walker receiving yards, I'll add on to that list. If he's just at 15.5, then you can stretch him up to, this would be a nice late day round robin. 30 yards for Kenneth Walker is at plus 285. And then you could maybe take Juwan Johnson for 60, plus 230. I don't know. I'd like a little better payout, I guess, for that.
49 yards and a touchdown last week against San Francisco.
Yeah. So 40 yards and a touchdown would be for him, or just for a touchdown, even. You can bet it. How about Walker to third for the first touchdown, Anthony? You like that?
Sure.
So if we do a first touchdown list, we'll throw Dyke off of there. Although watch him get it. We now have Devontae Adams, Kenneth Walker. We have Brian Thomas Jr. And we have Jamar Chase. Maybe we'll keep Dyke on there. I'll look at it. I'll play with those numbers afterwards. Okay, so we'll pass by that game. Interesting for Survivor nonetheless. AFC West slug fest here with the Chargers and Broncos. I now see 3 again, 45.5. I think the better team is San Diego or Los Angeles. So I'll take them at home. Things are going to have to come to me. I know he leads the renaissance of quarterback rushing yards. We talked about that earlier with Del Grande. Herbert running like a madman. So good for him there. Nothing by the tight ends last week, so I'm hesitant to play them. Boy, he loves Keenan Allen. So throw me a Keenan Allen touchdown score. How about that? In fact, how about first touchdown scorer Keenan Allen, Anthony? And now complete our list of 5 guys.
Fine with that. 11-1.
11-1, Keenan Allen, first touchdown scorer. Yeah, he loves Allen. So anytime touchdown for Allen, plus 240 for me. I just think the Chargers win this game 24-17, something like that. Stays under the total. I think Hampton can get off the snide today because Denver, their first contact on running backs this season is 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Did you know that?
Oh, wow.
And they're getting more yak than that. So they're getting run on. I think they're getting run on 8 yards a clip. Denver. So maybe their defense isn't as good as we think. In fact, maybe I just like them offensively, but the Chargers defense is good.
It's very good.
Give me the Chargers on the spread. I'll play that later. Give me the Chargers as a home favorite. That's your Joe Smo square play that's going to hit. Why not? Why not build on the Chargers some more? Dave, your thoughts?
Steve, I love the under in this game. You mentioned that Chargers defense, one of the better units in the league, in my opinion. So give me the under here. You could take the spread minus 2.5 over here with me, or you could take the money line, maybe a little same game parlay there to kind of boost up your odds a little bit and get a plus number out of it. So give me the money line or spread with the Chargers and the under.
Anthony?
I have, with my C.J. Stroud and Baker Mayfield 30-yard bet, I will have Justin Herbert to get 30 rushing yards as well.
All right. That's a nice little parlay. Herbert, Baker, and Stroud. Is that what it is?
Correct.
All right. Nice. Okay. Let's move on. Cardinals and 49ers, because we're right at noon, we can wrap things up pretty fast here. I think we have some green light specials coming up. So bet everything in terms of the Cowboys, Bears, and the Lions and the Ravens. We'll talk more about that in a second. Cardinals, 49ers. We'll throw tongues on a parlay somewhere. But beyond that, I don't have much interest in this NFC West game myself. I bet it under the total. Could it go over? I guess. Looks like Mac Jones found a few tight ends to throw to, though. It is Mac Jones again today, right? No Purdy. Yep, I see Mac Jones
Purdy,
listed.
No Purdy and no Jawan Jennings.
Oh yeah, okay. This is just an under game to me. Maybe Connor scores and McCaffrey. You know what? 2 touchdowns each. McCaffrey and Connor wouldn't be the worst bet in the world if you need 2 touchdown scores. Let's see. And right now, they actually won't let me do. Oh, that's the first touchdown. That's why. But if you wanted to do that, McCaffrey and Connor, I mean, $10 just wins you 250. But that might be the way to approach things later.
Right.
Connor and McCaffrey. McCaffrey will score. You can throw him on a ticket, I think. But I think points could be hard to come by here. And what do you like here, Dave?
You know what, Steve? Give me the upset. Let's go with the Cardinals on the road
I
on the
can see
money
it.
line.
I could see it. I like it.
I do agree kind of with the under there. So, again, it's kind of like the game we talked about. If you want to go under and Cardinals money line, get you a nice little same game going there. But I like the Cardinals in the upset, Steve.
Anthony?
If Jawan Jennings isn't playing, give me Ricky Pearsall to get over 100 yards. I also have the Cardinals defense in my fantasy league, so I will be on pins and needles watching that as well. I don't even know who else has Kyler thrown it to? Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, James Conner. That it? Trey Benson.
Yeah.
Yep.
McBride, but I get laughed at every time I bring him up.
I'm definitely not taking him to score.
Right.
Even if he does score, I'm just not doing it.
Which is the winning play. So it's hard. I can't argue it. You just can't argue it.
So I'll add Michael Wilson to a random touchdown parlay. But Ricky Pearsall, I'm going to go with Ricky Pearsall to get 100 yards.
Plus 520 for Kyle Juszczyk to get a touchdown today. That's an interesting play. Perhaps. I'll have to throw that in for later, I think, as well. We're going to recalibrate everything in the second half of these 1 o'clock games for these later games. Bears and Cowboys. I think it's a full green light. Dave Delgrandi thinks it's a full green light. We see points on both sides of the ball today. So let's have some fun with this. We can do a same game parlay. Everything's fair game to me in this one. Lamb for 2 sounds good. DJ Moore for 2 sounds good. If Javonte Williams got 2, I wouldn't be shocked. Both quarterbacks, 3 touchdown passes each sounds good to me. Why not? I think we see a lot of points. The Cowboys defense is bad. The Bears defense is worse. 50.5 is nothing for these two. This could be 28-21 at halftime. Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, Steve. Whatever you want to do in this one, go ahead and fire it up. You've got personnel, both sides of the ball, all over the field. The recipe is there, 49.5. Maybe move that up a little bit if you want to. Full green light here.
Anthony?
Same. I mean, Dallas is arguably one of the funnest teams to watch this year. They're just putting up points left and right. And I know the Bears got their asses kicked last week in Detroit, but Chicago's no slouch. Watching Caleb against the Vikings that first week Monday night, they look like they have some firepower. So the recipe is there. Dallas, Chicago, that's my game of the week.
It's a fun one. All right, and we'll do the night games real quick. Anthony, I'm going to be thankful for your couch later because I'm going to be able to fall asleep in relaxation when the Chiefs and Giants are on the field together in what could be a boring Sunday night football game, or it could be a fun one. We shall see. But generally a pass for me. Dave Delgrandi loves Wan'Dale Robinson for a 30-yard catch at over 5-1 odds, and he loves Pacheco in this game. He thinks this is a Pacheco game, and you know what? That makes sense to me, to be honest. He thinks he can score a couple of times as well. So I'll attack those 2 angles myself, and I'm not going to get overly excited about anything else. I have Malik Neighbors on fantasy. I'm a loser of 2 weeks by, the slimmest of margins for the most part, 4 or 5 points. I'm not getting blown out, but maybe Neighbors gets me off the snide tonight. Quite frankly, I can't stand the Chiefs, and they're going against Russell Wilson, who I'm not the biggest fan of either. So to me, this is an Anthony Couch Fest. Get away from me, Babs. Get away from me, Anthony. I'm going to lay down on the couch and fall asleep while the Chiefs and the Giants are boring up the TV audience around the country after what will be a winning 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock session for us. So thoughts on this game, Dave?
All right, Steve. I know it's the Chiefs, but if the Giants were to play like they did last week, can we see a scenario in which the situation gets worse for the Chiefs?
This is a 50-50 game.
You know what I'm saying? The Giants, they're at home. Maybe there's a little bit of belief after putting that many points up against Dallas. So I could see a scenario in where the Giants possibly pull this off, plus 245 on the money line. I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. We'll go against the grain. Give me the Giants with the spread, plus 6 right now.
Not shocked if the Giants win this game. Anthony?
It's interesting about Del Grande's angle. I'm looking at, and we'll look at all this later on, but just by looking at it now, Isaiah Pacheco to get 25 receiving yards is plus 4.
Yeah, he pays good on the receiving. I've been getting burned on him receiving, but there's no Worthy. That helps. Kareem Hunt seems to be in a declining role. That helps.
Yeah, and honestly, this is probably going to be a snooze fest. I actually will be rooting for the Giants because I know a lot of folks probably have Kansas City, the Survivor. Hopefully, I will still be in Survivor by the time the game starts tonight, so I can root against the Chiefs. I don't know why, but I'm more excited to watch Chris Collinsworth the whole time because all I've been doing is watching about people making fun of Chris Collinsworth and Patrick Mahomes. I can't wait. I can't wait to just laugh every time he says, "Now here's a guy." And Patrick Mahomes, I can't wait. I'm more excited for that.
Maybe we need to take a shot every time he says it.
I won't make it to work on Monday.
Yeah, somebody's not going to work tomorrow if that's the case.
And I think we all agree it's a full green light on Monday night. Could be the highest scoring game of the year. Why not take the Lions over 42.5 points at 20-1 odds? And they're getting 9-1 for 38 points. Climb the ladder with Detroit on the points on Monday night. I can't believe they're as big as an underdog as they are. That's the Detroit we know is what we saw last week. And that's what I expect to see from them going forward. So full green light tomorrow night, Dave. You said that earlier as well.
Yeah, that's a full sin. That's going to be a tough night for the defenses. That's for sure.
That's a full sin. Anthony, full sin for you, correct?
100%. Big Derrick Henry game. He got completely stuffed against the Browns last week. He's coming for vengeance.
Oh, you see a Montgomery for 2, Henry for 2, Henry for 2, Gibbs for 2, Jameson Williams over 100 yards receiving, Goff for 3 touchdowns. Maybe Lamar even runs into. Who knows? Mark Andrews and Laporta Potty parlay. Bring it on. Let's do it. So full green light there. Okay, let's hit our sounder. We'll get out of here. The best 2-touchdown sounder in the universe. Appreciate your patience as we are now 51 minutes from kickoff. We'll be done here shortly.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Rick Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step in number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, 2 touchdown scores for me. I mean, we talked about a million of them already. But I think if you want your best bet overall, I like the Dave Del Grande angle of just all the alpha running backs of teams that should win today. I mean, Jonathan Taylor, you throw on that list. Jacobs, you throw on that list. You throw on that list. Also, Bucky Irving would be 3. You throw on Kenneth Walker to 3rd, which would be 4th. And then Pacheco, which would be 5th. So that's a nice little round-robin parlay. Longer shots on Mariota for 2. Kyle Pitts for 2 is real interesting to me. I mean, we have our 2 touchdown madness of guys that we created as well. Let's see. Should I just go down that list and use them as my rest? Why not? Outside shots for all these guys to get 2. And this is part of our 2 touchdown madness, but it doesn't even sound so mad, to be honest. Oh, you know what? I never took the picture. Are they still on here? Let me see. Let me get back to that browser. Oh, yeah, we're still here. Okay. 2 touchdowns for these guys. Debo Samuel, Kyle Pitts, Tucker Kraft, DeMario Douglas, Freiermuth, Nakua, Otten, Jefferson, Chase. That's mine. Dave, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to go with these 4 guys here, and one that I built last night. We're going to go with Bill Jacory, Krosky Merritt for 2 today. Josh Jacobs for 2 today. Jumping on that Jamar Chase train as well. And then we're going to round it off with probably the more questionable one being Nick Chubb for 2 today.
Oh, Anthony, what do you got?
I made 2 separate ones. My first one is Devontae Adams, Bijan, Ladd McConkey. He has not scored yet this year, and finish that off with Derrick Henry. And then my other one that I talked about while I built it during the show: T. Higgins, Nico, Debo, Kenneth Walker.
All right, your best 2 bets of the day. If you want to win $1,000, your best 2-game parlay: Chris Boswell for 2 field goals, Geno Smith under 3.5 rushing attempts. There you go, people. Have a good day. In all seriousness, though, all lines: Bengals, Patriots, and over in the team points for the Buccaneers are some of my best bets. And then let's see here. I mean, we have it scattered all over, people. We got some quarterbacks to run for yards. We got some receivers, running back receiving yards. So we're just all over the map here. Mariota is kind of my sleeper for 2. Again, I just kind of like him and his rushing yards. Debo rush yards. Alternate. Let's see. Anything else? I mean, I got a million things here. What else is new? We talked about it all show. So
there is one that I was scrolling around, and I'm trying to figure out why it's 400 to 1. Although I can give you about 20 different reasons why it is 400 to 1.
What do you got?
Each team to score 1 rushing touchdown in the 1 o'clock games only is 400 to 1.
Oh wow! Is that in the weekly specials?
Yes.
That's worth $2 anyway. Because I like all the running backs. Might as well.
I threw 15 on it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Let's see. The Big Steve $1,000 lock of the week. If you need to win 1,000 to get 1,000, it's 2-0. We're 2-0 on the season. If you're listening to this pick, one play. If you have, that's all you can make. I think the bet is this. I feel like everyone's taking the Rams. That's the only reason why I kind of don't want to do that. I think it's the Lions plus 5.5. I really, really do. But I'm going to give you a Sunday one. And I'll get, you know what? Johnny Square play. I said it. This is kind of ballsy. I want to take Atlanta. You know what? Give me the Chargers -3 over Denver. The Big Steve $1,000 bet lock of the week. I think the Chargers beat the Broncos at home today.
I like that one. Yeah, that would be a good one.
All right, cool. All right, guys, that'll do it. Let's wrap it up. We'll cue up our house band, the Pie Tasters. That should do it for week 3 of the NFL. Any other quick bets, Dave, you got? Want to roll off real fast?
Yeah, I had a quarterback rushing parlay. We'll go Drake May for 25, Daniel Jones for 25, Baker Mayfield for 25, and then Marcus Mariota for 40.
Nice. I like it. Guys, good luck. Let's win week 3, and we're off to a fantastic start if we do. Good luck. See you next Sunday morning.
Huh? Oh, shit.
That was fun. I think we came up with some more stuff. I definitely did.
Yeah, we always do.